Good morning, bonjour. Je crois que vous avez bien dormi. Nous allons commencer notre séance d'aujourd'hui par une communication. Il s'agit d'un rappel par rapport aux règles que vous expliquez pendant la séance. Je tiens à rappeler aux honorables membres que notre réunion se déroule dans toutes les 3 langues officielles, l'anglais, français et portugaise. Les procédures à suivre pour prendre la parole. Honorables membres, permettez-moi de rappeler à l'Assemblée la procédure à suivre lorsque vous souhaitez prendre la parole sur un sujet quelconque. Premièrement, un membre qui souhaite prendre la parole doit lever l'insigne qui porte son nom. Je donnerai ensuite la parole à l'honorable membre par pays. Troisièmement, les membres allument ensuite le microphone pour se présenter avant de prendre la parole. Quatrièmement, aucun membre ne doit allumer le microphone avant d'avoir obtenu la parole. Honorables membres, nous vous rappelons qu'au fin de l'enregistrement précis des procès-verbaux, vous devez toujours vous présenter par votre nom et votre pays lorsque vous prenez la parole. Il est rappelé aux membres de bien vouloir s'en tenir aux 5 minutes imparties lorsqu'on vous donne la parole. Maintenant, nous allons passer à notre premier ordre du jour. Je demande à la secrétaire générale
of the day. I would like to ask the Secretary General to read the first order of the day.
Adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee.
proposition de résolution
A proposition on the adoption of the Commission of SADC-PF, the parliamentary of the model law by Honorable Sususi Kassanda, President of the Commission.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee to the 57th plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum laid on the table of the House on 3rd June 2025.
Y a-t-il
Thank you, Mr. President.
Second
the motion.
OK. Je vous donne la parole maintenant, madame.
You have the floor, Madam. You can go ahead.
Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. The committee was composed of the members as outlined in Appendix 1. The list of officials and resource persons who attended the meeting are listed in Appendixes 2 and 3 respectively. Terms of reference and theme of the meeting. This went to the terms of reference of the committee as articulated in Article 17(4) of the SADC-PF Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which charges the committee with the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating progress made by member states towards domestication SADC model laws and complementing related laws and policies. The committee held a statutory meeting on 31st March 2025 under the theme laying a foundation for domestication of SADC model laws, building capacity for enhanced parliamentary monitoring. Background. SADC model laws are not developed in a vacuum, but are undergirded by the internationally accepted human rights principles to which SADC member states have prescribed. The development of SADC model laws is also founded and draws substantially on the regional commitments made by SADC member states through various regional policy instruments. The model laws seek to breathe life into the agreed regional principles and make them a living reality for the region's citizens. Against this backdrop, the monitoring role of the RPMLOC is pivotal to the attainment of various developmental aspirations of the region. In this regard, the members of the RPMLOC require capacitation to be able to canvass the domestication of the SADC model laws effectively. Further, it is critical for the RPMLOC to engage various stakeholders, notably standing committees of the forum who are responsible for oversight of the specific thematic areas contained in the model laws, in order to be updated on latest developments regarding domestication efforts by member states. Summary of proceedings and recommendations to the plenary assembly. Following the deliberations anchored on the insightful expert presentations from Ms. Hilda Moderson from the SADC Electoral Commission Forum and Dr. Victor Shale, a governance expert, the SADC-PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. Whereas the statutory meeting of the RPMLOC was convened for the purpose of reviewing progress made towards domestication of the SADC model laws and other regional policies as part of the monitoring function of the committee, as well as empower its members with regard to the content of the model law on elections and how it compares with other regional election standards. Cognizant of the need to broaden monitoring of domestication of the SADC model laws efforts in order to foster the realization of tangible benefits from the model laws by citizens of SADC. Concerned that reporting of progress made by some SADC member states towards domestication of model laws to the SADC-PF is not structured, posing a risk of such efforts not being acknowledged and recognized. Recalling that the SADC-PF has been a pioneer in the development of election-related norms and standards, having developed the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region in 2001, which was repealed by the benchmarks for assessing elections in Southern Africa in 2013 and closely followed by the SADC model law on elections in 2018. And that each of these instruments was developed through a consultative process with electoral management bodies and other regional electoral stakeholders. Cognizant that the pioneering work by SADC-PF was followed by the ECF SADC and ISA principles for the election monitoring, management and observations, PEMO 2003 and the 2004 SADC guidelines governing democratic elections. The SADC revised the guidelines in 2015, while the ECF, SADC and ISA revised PEMO and launched it in 2023. Reiterating that the SADC model law on elections was groundbreaking in that it was significant departure from other initiatives meant to enhance the integrity of elections. Emphasizing that a major distinguishing feature of the SADC model law is that it is detailed legal framework developed to guide SADC member states, parliaments, electoral management bodies, and electoral stakeholders in crafting national election laws, having been drafted in such a manner that it can easily be adopted with slight contextual modifications into national laws. Observing with satisfaction that the SADC model law is comprehensive, consisting of 19 parts, with provisions covering all aspects of elections, including principles on elections, electoral systems, the electoral management body, delimitation of electoral boundaries, timing of elections, political parties and election candidates, electoral code of conduct, eligibility of voters, voter registration and voters' roll, voter and civic education, campaigning, media, election observing, and monitoring, polling stations, polling, votes, counting, tallying and announcement of results, and electoral disputes resolution mechanisms. Highlighting that a unique method was adopted in its development, where as part of the validation process, legal draftsmen from the SADC region critiqued and shaped the original draft development by a team of experts engaged by SADC-PF. Aware that, on the other hand, the other principal standards and norms developed in the regions were meant to be general advisory frameworks for law-making and policy development by SADC member states, parliaments, EMBs, and electoral stakeholders. Highlighting further that the SADC model law on elections does not necessarily stand opposed or in competition with the different principles, standards, norms, and guidelines developed before it, but rather shares similar principles and amplifies them in specific legislative terms. Confirming that the model law supports member states, EMBs, and electoral stakeholders to integrate the various principles, standards, norms, and guidelines, as well as other continental and global instruments into relevant national legislative frameworks. Noting with appreciation the initiatives being proposed by the SADC-ECF to strengthen the capacity of key stakeholders, in particular EMBs, to deliver elections that are compliant with the SADC model law on elections and thus contribute significantly towards its domestication, as well as other regional election instruments. Also appreciating the plans by the SADC-ECF to survey that scans the EMBs to identify the status and the efforts in the familiarization and domestication of the model law and peer learning and policy dialogues on the model law, especially what works and what does not work in advocacy efforts towards domestication of model laws, and that some of these activities were to be organized jointly with the SADC-PF. Recalling that the forum commissioned 5 snapshot surveys under the respective thematic standing committees of the forum, commissioned in the quest to collect updated data and evidence of work being done and progress made by member states towards domestication of SADC model laws and regional policies. Concerned that out of the 5 standing committees, only 2 were able to present results from the snapshot surveys on domestication of the SADC model laws and various regional policies, owing to the fact that responses from the member states were not received timely. Gratefully acknowledging that some parliaments did respond to the request for a snapshot survey and provided important data on efforts being made towards domestication of the SADC model law on elections and development of a comprehensive regional policy on the contemporary issue of climate change, which is dispensable in the monitoring process of the RPMLOC. Fully aware of the need for the SADC region to develop a comprehensive regional policy to address the contemporary issue of climate change in a holistic manner. Cognizant that all 10 surveyed countries, Angola, Tanzania, Madagascar, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Zambia, Malawi, South Africa, and DRC, had dedicated parliamentary committees for climate and/or environmental affairs whose roles, with varied, typically included legislative oversight and policy review, public hearings and stakeholder engagements, international cooperation on climate commitments, and resource allocation for climate initiatives. Realizing that 8 out of the 10 countries surveyed had in place specific climate laws, these being Tanzania, Madagascar, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, and DRC, while Lesotho had climate policies but no comprehensive legislation, with Angola and Malawi having related environmental legislation but no specific climate laws. Highlighting that SADC member states face some common barriers to accessing climate funding, including limited access to international climate finance, insufficient national budget allocations, challenges in preparing viable funding proposals, and lack of interministerial coordination. Noting that there was an important intersection between gender, climate, SRHR, but this nexus was not always reflected in the national policies of SADC member states, with only 7 countries recognizing climate SRHR intersections in policies, 5 countries having gender-sensitive climate resilience plans, 5 countries allocating some funding to SRHR climate plans, although funding percentages are minimal, Angola reporting 0.1% and Zimbabwe 2%. As regard energy transition, concerned that only 7 countries had renewable energy transition strategies and that many SADC member states were constrained by high technology costs, weak policy, enforcement, insufficient infrastructure investment, and fossil fuel industry resistance in their quest to embrace the energy transition. Noting with concern that only 4 of the surveyed 10 SADC member states had policies on critical minerals, these being Tanzania, Lesotho, South Africa, and DRC. Further concerned with regards to the adoption of climate-smart agriculture, only 7 out of the 10 surveyed countries promote agroecology, climate, smart agriculture, and common financial incentives offered in these countries included subsidies for climate-resilient crops, low-interest green loans, and support for organic farming. Some countries also engaged in gender integration through support for women and cooperatives, gender-sensitive financial assistance, and inclusive decision-making. Appreciative that there was strong regional progress on climate governance structure, but noting the persistent challenges in financing, policy implementation, and equitable resource allocation that could form possible SADC model law development. Recognizing that Lesotho, Zambia, and Zimbabwe have made commendable strides towards domestication of the SADC model law on elections, despite some reported hurdles in Lesotho. Aware that capacitation of the SADC parliamentarians beyond this forming part of the SADC-PF delegations is fundamental to enhancing parliamentary monitoring and evaluation of the domestication and implementation of the SADC model laws in the member states. Now, therefore, the RPMLOC resolved to recommend to the 57th Plenary Assembly to resolve to facilitate the RPMLOC to collaborate with relevant partners to ensure that SADC parliamentarians are capacitated to enable them to effectively champion and monitor the domestication of the SADC model laws. Approve that, subject to availability of resources, the RPMLOC undertake advocacy missions in SADC member states on the need for domestication of the various model laws. Note the initiative to encourage standing committees actively monitor and advocate for the domestication of the SADC model laws, which thematically under their respective mandates. Strongly encourage SADC-PF member parliaments to submit updates through the standing committees of Forum on progress being made towards domestication of the SADC model laws and regional policies in response to request surveys undertaken by the standing committees. Approve that the chairpersons of the standing committees submit regular updates to the RPMLOC on progress being made towards domestication of the SADC model laws and other regional policies. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Kassanda. Now, I'm going to invite Honorable Mope Kati member of the Commission in order to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to second the motion that this plenary assembly do adopt the report on the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee to the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mr. President, in line with its mandate as outlined in Article 17(4) in bracket of the Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which lays out functions of the committee to monitor the domestication and implementation of the SADC model laws and related regional policy, the committee convened under the theme, Laying a Foundation for Domestication of SADC Model Laws, Building Capacity for Enhanced Parliamentary Monitoring. Mr. President, it is important to note that SADC model laws are not developed in a vacuum, but they are upheld by international human rights principles and SADC regional policies. Further, the benefits envisaged in the model laws and underlying policies can only be attained once these policy and legislative instruments are domesticated and implemented. Therefore, the mandate of the committee places it at an intersection of the region's aspirations and their actualization. The monitoring of domestic efforts made by member states is critical, as it also encourages member states to take necessary action towards domestication. Mr. President, in its work, it is necessary for the committee to engage with standing committees, which are also instrumental in monitoring SADC model laws, which relate to the thematic areas that they are responsible for. In this regard, the meeting of the committee was structured in such a manner as to enable members of the committee to take stock of progress made towards domestication and implementation of various SADC model laws through a series of snapshot surveys commissioned by the forum. To this end, the chairpersons of the standing committees of the forum were enjoined to submit updates of the to the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee as part of its monitoring and evaluation of domestication efforts by member states. Furthermore, the statutory meeting of the committee acted as a capacity building forum for members of the committee on SADC model laws on elections, with insightful presentation from expert resource persons. Mr. President, it was very disheartening to note that out of all standing committees, only 2 were able to submit updates to the committee, due to none or late receipt of feedback from the member parliaments on efforts being made at national level to domesticate model laws and regional policy instruments. The committee therefore wishes, through its report to this assembly, to implore all member parliaments to actively engage with their national governments so as to ensure that they are able to report progress being made towards domestication of the SADC model laws. The committee also calls upon all members of parliament in the region to champion the call for domestication of the SADC model laws in their countries and monitor its implementation so that the envisaged benefits of the model laws can be realized. Having said this, I implore all the members of this august assembly to support the report of the committee as I beg to move to second the motion. Mr. President, I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kati, for your secondments. It was brief and precise. Thank you once again. And now I'm going to invite who would like to ask questions or to make some observations or remarks. But before that, I would like to remind you that at the end of the record of this report, have always to introduce yourself by name, by country. This is for our records. Is there any participant who would like to take the floor? Who would like to take the floor? Otherwise, yes, Honorable President of the Dean, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the mover and the seconder of this very important motion from the Regional Parliamentary Modern Laws Oversight Committee. I make some observations as follows. We are informed that surveys were made and only 2 committees have responded. And the reason given is that member parliaments did not respond. I think in future, it is better to indicate which parliaments did not respond so that we as speakers must take responsibility for non-response. And in that regard, it must be clear as to how the communication between the standing committees concerned and the respective parliaments, how has that communication been established? Were there any follow-ups by that communication model so that we can find out where the weaknesses are? That's the first part. The second part is, it's a good idea to look at the general overview of the domestication of modern laws. I think this committee would be more effective if it dealt with one modern law and say, modern law on child marriages, how has it been domesticated in the 15-member parliaments? And in that way, the oversight will be more targeted in terms of being specific to a particular modern law. A general approach, to me, may be self-defeating. So I suggest there should be improvement in that regard. Thirdly, the report says the committee needs capacitation, but it is not clear what is the nature of that capacitation. What are the constraints so that member parliaments, in their wisdom, can come in and assist in the areas of capacitation that are required by the committee. Because if it doesn't have capacity, how then can it carry out its responsibilities of oversight if it is incapacitated? Those are my few observations, Mr. President. Otherwise, the attempt is commendable by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your observations. Now I call upon Honorable Mendes, a member of the delegation of Angola, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, dear colleagues here present. Honorable President, I would like to apologize that the chairperson of our committee on oversight, despite the fact that I'm a member of the committee, and as a follow-up in support of the Speaker of Zimbabwe, I would like to present some concerns relating to the weaknesses registered in the survey. The instructions were not properly issued. By then, I was informed that the secretary assigned to assist us faced some problems, and that problem was not resolved. We cannot put all the blame on member parliaments. There was a problem in the way the instructions were conveyed and on the way on how we should have conducted this survey. I initially thought the survey was to be done only within my country, but later I understood it should have included all other member states. So the survey was incomplete. It is necessary that member states do submit comments so that we can finalize the survey. The Secretariat should have guided us better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mendes, for your intervention. Is there any other one who would like to take the floor? Before I can give the floor to the Honorable Cassandra to respond to concerns and observation presented. Now I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Cassandra.
Mr.
Or maybe, yes, you can have the floor.
We have taken note of the concerns by the all the members that have deliberated, and we will take note of all those concerns that have been addressed. Thank you. Unless Secretary wants to come.
Yes. Madam the Secretary General, would you wish to say anything?
Oui ou non?
Would Madam the Secretary General say anything? Yes or no? Okay, and then it's fine. We have noted your observations, your suggestions. And now, I think that we are going to adopt the report by clapping. Now, I'm calling upon the Secretary General to read the second order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus by Honorable Luisa P.F. Damiaos Santos, RWPC member.
Muito obrigado, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you, Honorable President. I come with the utmost responsibility, beg to move that this plenary assembly adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus laid on the table of this plenary on the 4th of June.
Is there anyone among us who would like to second this report? Honorable Speaker, I support the motion. I second the motion. I call upon Honorable Santos to present the report.
Thank you, Honorable President. The report of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus has five items: the composition of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, the terms of reference, and the summary of the presentations and the recommendations to the plenary assembly. I would invite the parliamentarians to go through appendices 1 and 2.
Point of order, Mr. President. I'd like to make a point of order.
Dos funcionários e a lista dos palestrantes.
Oui, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Is there any problem? Is there any problem? You may continue, please.
With regard to the background, we would like to say that the terms of reference and the theme of the meeting are in the Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and in Article 19.
OK.
Then there is just when there is somebody who has got the floor, I'm begging with you not to interrupt the one who has got the floor. This is just something. I'm asking you now to continue, Honorable.
Muito obrigado, senhor.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying that the terms of reference and the theme are provided for in Article 17 of the Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and on Rule 19 of the Rules of Procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The women's parliamentarians met virtually on the 28th of March 2025, and the theme was strengthening advocacy for women's economic empowerment, gender equality through financial inclusion. And for the background, we would say that despite recording considerable growth, we have to continue and reinforcing capacity and skills in order to and the global influence for the promotion of women's empowerment and gender equality. In spite of the growth, the African continent has not witnessed shared prosperity and better livelihoods for the majority of its population. Despite progress made to advance women's financial inclusion and economic empowerment, women in Africa still face significant socio-economic barriers that constrain their ability to contribute meaningfully to the development of their communities, countries, continents. Having the existence of more inclusive financial systems has been directly linked to stronger and more sustainable economic growth for many countries around the world. This underlines the critical need to address gender disparities in access to financial resources, economic opportunities, and social services. Given the foregoing, this statutory meeting of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus was an occasion to build capacity, whose main focus was to empower the members with insights based on the relevant commitments made at global, continental, and regional levels in gender equality through women's economic and financial inclusion, the level of implementation of the commitments, and the challenges encountered. The meeting was also aimed at developing an advocacy strategy to focus the work of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on the issue of women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion. With regard to the summary of the presentations and the recommendations that were proposed to the Plenary Assembly, Honorable President, honorable parliamentarians, Pursuant to the presentations by various resource persons whose names are in Appendix 3 of this report, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus makes the recommendations set out below. Whereas the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus convenes to deliberate on how it could contribute towards the attainment of gender equality through advocacy for women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion based on the commitments by SADC member states at global, continental, and regional levels. And whereas this statutory meeting was intended to be a stepping stone towards building alliances for ongoing capacitation of women parliamentarians as champions of women's economic empowerment, noting that financial inclusion is critical for fostering economic growth, employment, and economic empowerment of women, and also has the potential to be a catalyst for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 1, eradication of poverty, SDG 5, achieve gender equality, SDG 8, promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, and SDG 10, reduce inequality. Fully aware of evidence from studies of the World Bank in Nigeria, Kenya, and Bangladesh, which concluded that closing the gender gap in financial inclusion could increase the GDP of developing countries to 12%, and data from the Global Findex database showing that financial inclusion of women influences household spending, with women being more likely to invest in their children's education and health care, and could be able to withstand economic shocks, manage expenses, and improve livelihoods. Recognizing that financial inclusion is not merely about access, but also and more about control, and that empowerment can only be attained when women can control their finances confidently and independently. Acknowledging that some challenges that hamper financial inclusion of women, particularly in the SADC region, including legal and regulatory constraints, sociocultural norms that restrict women from accessing financial services, lower financial literacy levels among women in comparison to men, which limits their ability to use financial services. The digital gender gap between men and women, which is also known as a digital gap, that results in women being less likely to own mobile phones and have access to internet services, and access barriers to formal financial services, stressing the need for policy and legal protection, capacity development of women entrepreneurs, and leveraging government procurement as a tool of women's empowerment, as well as the promotion of businesses linkages in line with the protocol of the African trade area in order to ensure that trade is not dominated by large corporations. Understanding that in the context of the United Nations, the SDGs and other UN strategic instruments contain commitments to financial inclusion for women, specifically SDG 5, which calls on member states to undertake necessary reforms to give women equal rights to economic resources, as well as access to ownership and control over land and other forms of property, financial services, inheritance and natural resources, and SDG 8, which promotes universal access to banking, insurance, and financial services, and strengthening the capacity of domestic financial institutions to expand access to banking, insurance, and financial services for all, emphasizing the need for adapted policy and regulatory intervention to address the diverse and unique financial needs and behavior of women throughout their life cycle, concerned that data provided by Global Financial Inclusion shows that some countries in the SADC region have high levels of financial inclusion. There is still a significant gender gap between men and women. Cognizant that digital finance can play a critical role in promoting women's empowerment, and that more research and advocacy is required to address negative social and cultural norms that tend to discourage women from pursuing education and career opportunities in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and they are left behind in these critical sectors which have the potential to promote economic empowerment and inclusion. Noting with satisfaction that the African Continental Free Trade Area, which covers all the 54 African countries, establishing a market of 1.4 billion people worth $2.88 trillion, provides a huge opportunity to lift many women out of poverty, provided they are empowered to leverage the comparative advantage and participate in this beckoning market, recognizing the urgent need for domestication and implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and for coordinating of implementation efforts at national and regional levels, noting that the main challenges of the SADC Free Trade Area include uneven development, infrastructure deficiencies, and limited product diversification in the region, which has led to the African Free Trade Area and SADC to emphasize industrialization as key to the success of intra-Africa trade, appreciating that the vision of the SADC financial inclusion strategy and small and medium enterprises to finance 2023-2028, approved by the SADC Council of Ministers in August 2023, being an inclusive, stable, and innovative SADC financial system that seeks to empower individuals and businesses to access and use domestic and international capital so as to contribute to industrialization, inclusive growth, and sustainable economic well-being. Noting with satisfaction that the strategy prioritizes the harmonization of regulations and guidelines in support of financial inclusion and the access of small and medium enterprises to finance, implementation of SADC regional infrastructure platforms to support financial inclusion and access of small and medium enterprises to finance, and provision of targeted SADC-level support to member states towards achievement of regional strategy, highlighting the key role of financial inclusion in achieving the SADC Vision 2050 and the Regional Integrative Strategic Development Plan, noting the need for financial literacy education to address some of the numerous challenges faced by women in accessing finance for small businesses, appreciating that Lesotho has made significant strides towards financial inclusion through its national financial inclusion strategies, currently standing at around 90% of total financial inclusion and more than 40% of women benefiting from financial inclusion, with a consequential effect that their income levels are better than before, further appreciating that Lesotho has launched a number of projects running until 2028, targeting women and youth empowerment based on the conviction that financial inclusion and women's economic empowerment can deliver better outcomes at both household and national levels, further noting evidence showing that 97% of government
é superior a 98%, o que faz com que o crédito às mulheres seja uma atividade viável para as instituições que lhes emprestam o dinheiro. Salientando que o governo do Reino do Lesotho se baseou
highlighting that the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho has relied on guidelines and policies developed by the IMF and the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, Gender Inclusive Finance, in its efforts to foster financial inclusion at national level, aware of the need for inclusive growth, increased availability of gender disaggregated financial inclusion data, cross-cutting and strengthened coordination between SADC member states to enable the development of targeted policies that could improve women's access to finance as a necessary component to close the gender gap. Cognizant of the need to build the capacity of financial institutions that support women entrepreneurs and women-led small and medium enterprises. Also, cognizant of the need to enhance digital and mobile connectivity across the region in an effort to promote the use of ICTs among women and girls, appreciating the various efforts by SADC member states to work towards economic empowerment and the financial inclusion of women and girls through various national strategies.
Os compromissos assumidos pelos Estados-membros da SADC a nível regional, continental e mundial,
fully cognizant of its terms of reference primarily as an advocacy organ for women's empowerment in the region.
plena consciência dos seus termos de referência, principalmente
Now,
na
therefore,
ordem da advocacia em prol do empoderamento da mulher e da igualdade de
fully
género,
cognizant of its terms and reference primarily as an advocacy organ for women's empowerment and gender equality pursuant to Article 16 of the Constitution of SADC-PF and Article 19 of the Forum's Rules of Procedures. Now, therefore, the RWPC resolved to recommend to the 57th Plenary Assembly to resolve to facilitate the RWPC in collaboration with its partners to undertake capacity building activities for female parliamentarians and the relevant parliamentary portfolio committees in the SADC region on the financial inclusion commitments made by SADC member states. Approve that the RWPC undertake advocacy missions in SADC member states on the need for the domestication and implementation of the relevant global, continental, and regional commitments to promote women's economic and financial inclusion. Direct that the forum, through the RWPC, collaborates with relevant partners to undertake a mapping exercise to identify discriminatory laws and administrative challenges in SADC countries which negatively affect women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion, including those relating to inheritance, property, and marital property laws to inform subsequent advocacy strategies. Call for urgent advocacy to promote gender-responsive laws and policies for increased women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion in Southern Africa. Support advocacy work by RWPC to push for the review and repeal of discriminatory laws to remove inherent and invisible and unwitting barriers that hinder women's access to land, to ICT, financial products, and services. Approve the facilitation of the RWPC to lobby for the embedding of a gender perspective into national ICT practices and financial literacy into national curriculum to encourage and facilitate understanding of digital finance at an early age, as well as to develop of digital inclusion strategy frameworks in SADC member states, encourage SADC member states to be receptive to the advocacy calls by the RWPC for increased accountability by financial institutions with respect to the obligation to be responsive to and address the financial needs of women and entrepreneurs. Honorable President, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Santos, for your excellent presentation. Sorry, we apologize for the interruption because there was an error. That it wasn't Honorable Louvre de Madagascar to press on the it was Honorable Linda Zumalo, a member of the Caucus of women parliamentarian. Now I'm going to invite the latter in order to present a secondment speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. My name is Senator Linda Ngumalo from the Kingdom of Eswatini. And I want to also appreciate the clarification, Mr. President, because like my colleague, I thought it was sabotage that was happening. Mr. President, I rise to second and express support for the motion on the adoption of the report of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, which is now before this August House. Mr. President, in seconding this motion, I wish to reiterate the gratitude of the chairperson of the SADC Secretariat for working diligently to make sure that all the necessary logistics were put in place to make the meeting happen. I'm also pleased with the level of participation by the members who were present at the meeting. I will be remiss if I do not extend the similar gratitude to the various resource persons for the well thought out presentations, and the presentations enriched our deliberations on the various issues, amongst them the following thematic areas: women empowerment and financial inclusion vis-à-vis climate change and sustainable development, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, and the SADC Free Trade Area implications for women empowerment. Overview of the implementation of the SADC Strategy 2016 to 2021 and the SADC Strategy on Financial Inclusion and Small and Medium Enterprise Access to Finance 2023 to 2028 in the context of gender equality. Economic and financial inclusion, sharing experiences from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Mr. President, the deliberations on the above themes offered us as decision makers an opportunity to identify potential advocacy interventions to implement women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion in the region. We are indeed hopeful that through some of our recommendations, the region can move towards empowering women in order to fight poverty, create employment, and solve other problems that women face, particularly in accessing finance and participating in trade and other economic activities. Mr. President, honorable members, with these few remarks, I wish to second the motion ably articulated by my colleague from Angola. I thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Linda Nzamolo, for your speech. Secondment. Once again, we apologize. We apologize for that. This sabotage. It won't happen again. Sorry, madam. Now, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable President here. If you have questions or if you have some observations or the remarks towards the report that has been put forth. Yes. Oh, you have the floor. You have the floor, madam. Is it Zambia? Is it Zambia?
Afrique du Sud et Zambia.
South Africa, then Zambia. South Africa, then Zambia. You have the floor, South Africa. And then there is also the members of the delegation for Angola who would like to take the floor. Now, we are starting with the delegation of South Africa. We start with South Africa. There are many. There are many. Give me the list, please. Give me the list. It is very interesting to many people, this caucus of women. Okay, we are going to start with South Africa. South Africa.
Honorable President and members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. My name is Mary-Ann Dunjwa from South Africa. In appreciating this report, which is quite interesting and profound, my concern is that in some areas it is general. And it is in my understanding that we are here to assist one another. And I'm saying general because it has only elevated or identified one country that have got strengths, but it is silent on countries that have got weaknesses. And therefore, one would have then thought that it gives a reflection. When you say some, one will ask which are those. And when I'm raising that, President, is that, as I've said, we are to assist one another, but we are also to be empowered to understand the challenges of other countries. Thank you, President.
Merci. Thank you, Honorable. Before we go to the other country, I would like to say that you have to give us your name and your country. Name, your identity, and the country of your name before continuing. Thank you.
President Ntombovuyo Mente from South Africa. Let me also welcome the reports and raise a few concerns, similarly to what the Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe and now my colleague have raised. Our reports have got a wealth of information. However, the information is not direct. And on the women's report, you have highlighted that some countries have a high level of financial inclusion. I would have loved to hear this financial inclusion activity. What do you mean? What are those countries that have advanced and they have included women? And what are these programs that you are talking about? What kind of financial inclusion that you are talking about, so that the other countries that do not do the same do have a realization that they are now excluding women by not empowering them in certain areas that you have identified. Also, in terms of the domestication of the continental free trade area, also in relation with the SDGs, especially 8 and 5. What are the areas of improvement that we need to deal with as SADC in our respective countries? And again, what are the activities around that area that will then satisfy that us as SADC that there is improvement, there is also compliance to the SDGs and compliance to the Treaty of the Free Trade Areas. The last one is you are requesting the Assembly to approve an advocacy mission. It's a very good thing to do. Here are two things I would like to raise is one, the consolidation or rather the compilation of a report itself. If ever we compile the report in terms of successes and failures, and we still ask the countries individually to submit their own reports in terms of how far they are, without having a physical oversight in those countries to monitor the actual success, we will be very wrong in our report, because no country is going to say we have failed. We didn't implement whatever was supposed to have been implemented, without you countering it in terms of saying we are in rural area A in South Africa or in Zimbabwe, and we see how the people are living here. What are you doing as a parliament for these people in order for them to get out of the situation that they are in, vis-a-vis what they are going to say in the report? Because the report will say, as South Africa, we have had several empowerment programs, but they will not tell you what are these empowerment programs doing to the lives of women and girl children in their areas. So if ever we can be clear in terms of what is a clear program of this advocacy mission, what do we want to achieve with this advocacy mission? What are the timeframes that we're going to impose to countries that before we take the advocacy mission, we'll come to your country, we want to monitor the following, and by this time, you should have had as a kind of success, or rather implementing whatever that you want to go and monitor. But to have a mission that does not have a clear program of action as to what do you want to achieve with that mission will be amiss of us to just say, yes, go to a mission, but we do not know what is the mission about. Thank you very much, President.
Merci beaucoup. Y a-t-il encore?
Very much. Is there any other member of the delegation of South Africa who would like to take the floor before giving the floor to Zambia? South Africa again. Anyone from South Africa? Now we are giving the floor to the delegation of Zambia. Zambia. There is none. I was informed that there was a member of the delegation of Zambia who would like to intervene. It was Zimbabwe. It was Zimbabwe.
Oui, maintenant.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to add my voice to acknowledge the importance of promoting women's economic empowerment, gender equality, and sustainable development through financial inclusion. Mr. President, Zimbabwe has embraced a proactive and progressive approach to advancing women's economic participation and financial inclusion. Guided by our constitution, particularly Section 17, which promotes full gender balance, and Section 80, which affirms the rights of women in all spheres, Zimbabwe has made significant policy and institutional progress. One of our flagship achievements is the implementation of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy 1 of 2016 to 2020 and its successor of 2022 to 2026. These frameworks have significantly widened access to financial services, particularly for women, smallholder farmers, and micro entrepreneurs. Mr. President, equally noteworthy is the establishment of the Women's Microfinance Bank, the first women-focused bank in the SADC region. This institution has brought financial services closer to the women, especially those in the informal and rural settings. Since its inception, the bank has provided access to savings, credit, and business support to more than 150,000 women, many of whom are running sustainable income-generating projects. Additionally, the Women's Development Fund continues to empower women across the country. This has not only improved household incomes, but also created jobs, strengthened community resilience, and advanced the local community development. Mr. President, Zimbabwe's commitment to gender-responsive policy making is further evident in the integration of gender equality, inclusive growth as small cutting themes in our National Development Strategy 1 of 2021 to 2025. The Parliament of Zimbabwe continues to play a strong oversight role in ensuring that budget allocations are responsive to the needs of women and that financial inclusion remains a priority of the National Development Agenda. Efforts to mainstream financial literacy among women, particularly in rural areas, have also gained momentum. Outreach programs, community-based training and partnerships with mobile network operators are helping bridge the digital and financial knowledge gaps, opening doors for women to engage in mobile banking, savings groups, and formal credit markets. Mr. President, Zimbabwe's progress in this area is not in isolation. It reflects our alignment with the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development in the Africa Union Agenda of 2020-63 and the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 5 on gender equality and Goal 8 on decent work and inclusive economic growth. Mr. President, before I conclude, I would also like to acknowledge that it is gratifying to announce that Dr. Fei Chung, once the Minister of Education in Zimbabwe, founded the Africa Women's University, which is for the whole of Africa. This empowers the girl child and sharpens our girls in leadership skills. Also mentioning something which is also worth is that we have also engaged the First Lady of Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Dr. Mnangagwa, to be this ambassador of the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus, and she has already started spearheading on empowerment activities. She has engaged the bank, and she, as honorable members of Parliament, we are now starting to access financial funding and loans from the Women's Bank, targeting to empower women parliamentarians. I saw it that I should mention that. As I conclude, Mr. President, Zimbabwe remains firmly committed to building an inclusive economic financial ecosystem where women are not only beneficiaries but active drivers of economic transformation. We are ready to learn from others and contribute meaningfully to the development of a model regional framework that puts women at the center of sustainable development. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, honorable. I'm going now to give the floor to one of the members of the delegation of Angola. I would like also to remind you that you have to give us your name and the name of your country before asking any question or give any observation or suggestion.
I am Teresa José Adelina da Silva Neto, MP Angola, and chairperson of RWPC. I requested the floor to give my input, and I am going to talk about activities developed within our parliament. Honorable President, the matter of women empowerment in our region is a challenge, but yet it is possible. We need to focus on what exists and continue to provide advocacy before our government for funds allocation towards women empowerment who are already working in the marketplace and at times at informal markets with little resources. Through the support of our Speaker, the National Women Parliamentary Caucus Angola has been conducting meetings, workshops, and roundtables with women. And
Sorry, Honorable. Sorry, Honorable. There is a problem, technical problem. Let it first be solved. Let it first be solved. Say something.
Can you hear me? Is it fixed now? Is it fixed? The president is asking if the problem has been solved. Can you hear me? Is it solved now? Up to now, he's not hearing.
Là, c'est bon. Et les autres, est-ce qu'ils entendent?
Can anyone hear me now? Now you, Honorable, can continue. Now it's working.
Muito obrigada.
C'est encore un sabotage, hein?
Okay.
as I was saying, within the Parliament and with the support of our Speaker, the National Women Parliamentary Caucus has been organizing various workshops, roundtables with women, and the parliamentarians do travel to meet with women trading in the local markets because that is where we find most of women in trade, in order for us to also identify the challenges women face in the marketplace and to strengthen local initiative as a way to support them to generate employment, to increase the household income, and grow the economy, to continue to encourage women to seek for opportunity to strengthen entrepreneurship and for them to achieve personal success. And following the theme of women empowerment and sustainable development, we need to maintain a dialogue with women on a permanent basis. I submit, Honorable Chairperson.
Now I give the floor to the members of the delegation of Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you, Honorable President. Your Excellency, Honorable President, my name is Alice Tamel from Mozambique, from the National Parliamentary Women Caucus in Mozambique. Honorable President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Your Excellencies, speakers of the national parliament in the region, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the Regional Women Caucus, all protocol observed. I would like to, first of all, to commend the report presented by the RWPC. I commend it as it reflected very important aspects that concern women in the region. Women empowerment may take place through various initiatives, such as access to education, professional development, access to health, security, their participation in political processes, and access to interventions that promote equality and opportunities. I wish to mention that in Mozambique, my country, women empowerment still faces major challenges, such as equality in opportunities. We face discrimination in the marketplace. We face GBV, as well as lack of access to financial resources. Therefore, it is urgent that we may take action within all countries in the region so we may continue to empower women in the financial sector and to give them access to land in order to reduce poverty in women. Because indeed, to invest in women, it is to invest in the society at large. Your Excellency, Honorable President, I would like to support fully all recommendations, and I also submit my appeal to the Plenary Assembly to positively consider this report. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Honorable. Then at least there is a man asking for the floor to support the report. I'm giving the floor to the Right Honorable, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for indulging me at this point. I was noting that every intervention was coming from women, and I wanted to break that monopoly. But really, it would be remiss of me if, and maybe cowardly, if I did not take the floor of this august assembly to absorb, like a dry sponge, the accolades that have been showered by this report upon the Kingdom of Lesotho on the matter of financial inclusion. I really would just like happily wanted to say that I enjoyed my swallowing when my country was mentioned so many times and so strongly in terms of real success of something concrete and important. I note that we are here sitting also with the chairperson of the Women's Caucus in my parliament. She is part of my delegation. I note the amount of work that she and other women organizations are doing in that country. I note also the young women whose hopes have now been propped up, and they are actively doing something about the economy of that country. And therefore, if it is noted at this level that something is happening in that country, it feels good. All I can say is that there is no room for complacency. We should do more and seek to lead, not only in the region, but also on the continent, in terms of advancing the cause of women. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is there anyone? I can see the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia would like to take the floor. You have the floor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I would like to commend the committee that prepared the report, and I would like to support the recommendations and conclusions that are contained in the report. I also support the comments that were made to reinforce the recommendations in the report. I want to highlight just 3 things that I think are important to be considered and also to be prioritized in our countries as we support the empowerment of women. First, I think it is important that our governments should actually adopt a quota system in terms of funding allocations, not only by state funding institutions, but also by private funding institutions, so that we are able to say this portion of the funding that is provided by a state bank should go to projects that are managed or owned by women. I think we should do the same in the area of procurement, where we have quotas for women businesses in order that we can provide access to markets for women products, because this is one of the reasons why women sometimes fail to make it in business, because the markets do not have trust in women as entrepreneurs and in the products that they produce. In Namibia, we have a very successful case of women coming together to form what is called Shack Dwellers Association. So these are women that live in houses that do not meet the quality standards, and they formed a cooperative to save together and lend money to each other so that they can build houses. The government now has put up a permanent funding arrangement under the national budget to this Shack Dwellers Association, and they are actually able to provide more houses per annum for low-income groups than any other stakeholders in the country, including government itself. So I think that the government support to women community-based initiatives is very, very important. We have also in our Social Security Commission allowed for self-employed people, the majority of whom are women, to actually self-insure in terms of contributing for when they go on maternity leave. They contribute as employer and employee, so that when they go on maternity leave, they actually get maternity benefits, so that the women that have restaurants and the hair salons are actually able to get a constant stream of income even when they go on maternity benefits, and also when they go on retirement, they get a lump sum payment. Thirdly, I think it is important that we prioritize formalization of informal sectors, because women are the majority in the informal sectors, providing trades, premises where they can trade from, but also facilitating for them to get access to financial services. And finally, in the area of capacity building, I think it is important that we emphasize financial literacy for women to enable them, to support them to be able to keep their financial records, to pay their taxes, to have a track record that would enable them to get bank loans, and also to enable them to meet quality standards, because some of them are involved in sewing garments, and many of us actually import even school uniforms, bed linens, uniform for the police and prison services, which can actually be made by women. So if we train them in order for them to meet the quality standards, I think we empower them to take advantage of the opportunities that exist through our policies. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Is there any any other participant that would like to take the floor? Otherwise, is there any? Otherwise, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Santos to respond to these observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. First of all, I would like to appreciate all the contributions that have been put forward for our report. In this report, we try to condense the vision of women of 12 countries that participated, that attended this meeting, which has an extremely suggestive theme, which is women's empowerment through financial inclusion. It is a theme which is on the agenda of all the member countries of SADC, because they recognize the need to empower women so that our countries can go forward. I think that we have no doubt that women are very powerful change agents. They promote development. They are educators. They are people who pay well when they get credit, and they are also custodians of peace. So we underlined the example of Lesotho because it was based on a study, and it is also in order to encourage other people, other countries, that we took this as an example, because the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus is a platform where we can absorb the best practices of other countries. So we are here to encourage other countries to also bring concrete examples, and this one from Lesotho is a very good example that we can take as experiences to our countries, respective countries. But we appreciate all your contributions, and with all this army of women which is coming into the SADC Parliamentary Forum, our regional caucus will be enriched by your contributions. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Santos, for your intervention. Now I'm going to put to this motion, this report for adoption. Otherwise, we would adopt this report by clapping of hands. And now we are going to the third order, ask the SG to read the third order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
Proposition de résolution portant adoption
motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, which will be presented by the Honorable Shushi Kasanda, who is the chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Is it okay that I could Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 57th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, laid on the table of the House on 3rd June 2025.
Merci. Y a-t-il
Thank you. Is there anyone, any seconder, any seconder for this report?
Mr. President, I, Senator Tato Magomohali, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Now I give the floor to the Honorable Cassandra to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Composition of the committee.
La composition de la commission. La commission était composée des membres dont la liste figure à l'annexe 1. La liste des fonctionnaires et des personnes ressources qui ont participé à la réunion figure respectivement aux annexes 2 et 3. Termes de référence de la commission permanente du Forum parlementaire de l'égalité sous l'égalité des gens, la promotion des femmes et le développement de la jeunesse tire son mandat de l'article 42A, donc réclame qui va traiter des questions relatives à l'égalité des genres, à la promotion et à l'autonomisation des femmes, ainsi qu'au développement de la jeunesse et des enfants, entre autres. Le nombre et dates de réunions tenues.
At the Premier Hotel OR Tambo in Johannesburg, South Africa, ahead of the 57th Plenary Assembly to be hosted by the Parliament of Zimbabwe from 21st May to 7th June 2025. The Gay-White Committee meeting was held under the theme Advocating for Women's and Children's Rights in the Prison Management. The meeting laid a foundation for the committee to prepare its contribution to the Joint Standing Committee session held on 24th and 25th April 2025 on the development of the model law on prison oversight. Background: statistics show that the total prison population for SADC countries is now nearly 400,000, with 3% of which being women. It is further noted that most prisons in the SADC countries are operating under degrading conditions such as dilapidated prison infrastructure, overcrowding, poor sanitation, inadequate access to healthcare, sexual abuse, just to mention a few. More worrisome is the treatment of women, youth, and children in prisons who are subjected to conditions that increase their risk of incarceration and makes them vulnerable in detention. The report of the Gay-White Standing Committee represents a summary of the committee's deliberations from its meeting held on 23rd April 2025. During the meeting, the Gay-White Committee focused on issues relating to its mandate, that is gender equality, women's advancement and empowerment, youth development, and children. In this case, the committee specifically focused on issues relating to the treatment of the vulnerable groups in prisons such as women, youth, children, imprisoned with their mothers in line with Article 30 of African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Summary of the presentation, recommendations to the Plenary Assembly, presentation on the mid-term review of the SADC Strategy Framework of Action for Addressing Gender-Based Violence, GBV 2018 to 2030. The committee first received a presentation on the mid-term review of the SADC Strategy and Framework for Addressing GBV presentation by a consultant engaged by the SADC Secretariat in the name of Kathy Chams from Southern Hemisphere. Following the deliberations on the presentation, the Gay-White Committee resolved to submit to the 57th Plenary Assembly the following observations and recommendations for consideration. Noting with pleasure the progress made from the review report on, among others, capacity building, initiatives on GBV data management, prevention and response and coordination mechanisms of GBV service providers and stakeholders, development of SADC model laws on GBV and child marriage, development of regional GBV training guidelines, standard operating procedures, guidelines for responding to sexual violence among adolescents and youths, and development of SADC Handbook on GBV prevention. Further noting with appreciation the various strategies put in place by many SADC member states for addressing GBV in their respective countries, such as enactment of anti-GBV laws, establishment of one-stop centers units to support GBV victims in some countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe, designation of chiefs, traditional leaders as ambassadors of GBV, having specific budgetary allocation from the national budget for women economic empowerment. Noting with displeasure the slow progress being made by some member states in the domestication of the SADC protocol on gender and development, which shows progress in the prevention and response to GBV in the region. Being saddened with the challenges encountered by member states in addressing GBV, including retrogressive cultural beliefs such as a man fighting his partner being perceived as a sign of love or corrective behavior in some cultures. Further noting that many boys and girls are growing up in households without prior knowledge of the concept of gender in terms of their roles in society. Now, furthermore, the Gay White Committee resolved to recommend that the 57th Plenary Assembly should appeal to the member parliaments to enact laws that facilitate the domestication of the SADC protocol on gender and development, particularly meant to accelerate progress in the prevention and response to GBV in the SADC region. Encourage the member states to embark on sensitization of their respective communities to discontinue or discard the cultural beliefs that perpetrate GBV and instead promote the cultural values that promote love. Further, encourage the member states to involve the traditional and faith leaders in the fight against GBV. Advise the member states to put in place deliberate mechanisms of empowering women economically in society. Bearing in mind that GBV issues are subject to social issues such as instabilities in families, poverty and hunger, advise the member states on the need to be economically strong so that young people can find jobs and support themselves and their families. Call upon the member states to introduce programs against GBV in school syllabus so that learners, both boys and girls, are taught and become knowledgeable of the evils of GBV at a young age. Presentation on the importance of developing a SADC model law in prison oversight. The committee received and considered 3 presentations on this topic from the resource persons as indicated in Appendix 3 of the report. Committee's observations and recommendations to the Plenary Assembly. Following the deliberations on the presentations received, the committee resolved to submit to the 57th Plenary Assembly the following observations and recommendations for consideration. Acknowledging with appreciation the good intention of developing a SADC model law in prison oversight. Noting with concern the degrading conditions of many prisons in the SADC region, such as severe overcrowding and inhumane treatment of inmates, particularly the vulnerable groups such as women, juveniles, and infants imprisoned with their mothers, who, for example, lack proper diet and sanitation facilities. Taking cognizance of the fundamental rights of children of the imprisoned mothers, as enshrined in Article 30 of the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the critical role of parliamentary oversight in safeguarding these rights. Alarmed with reports of rape cases in prisons perpetrated by either prison officials or fellow inmates against women, whilst the perpetrators are left scot-free. Recognizing that the development of the SADC model law on prison oversight would enhance the oversight role of Parliament in demanding accountability for prison conditions and allocating adequate prison budgets for correctional facilities to achieve better standards. Now, therefore, the Gay White Committee resolved to recommend that the 57th Plenary Assembly should encourage member states to enact laws domesticating the SADC protocol on gender and development, particularly meant to accelerate progress in the prevention and response to GBV in the SADC region. Urge SADC Parliamentary Forum through its relevant standing committee and the Secretariat to speed up the process of developing the SADC model law on prison oversight to ensure it takes effort within the shortest possible time. Urge member parliaments to enact laws that would facilitate decongestion in the prisons, such as non-custodial sentence, especially for the vulnerable groups such as women, juveniles, children imprisoned with their mothers. Encourage member parliaments to strengthen oversight role of their relevant portfolio committees over their prisons, including regular visits to prisons, demanding accountability for prison conditions and ensure adequate budgetary allocation to improve correctional facilities, especially for the vulnerable groups in prison. Urge member states to ensure that the perpetrators of rape in prisons are arrested, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law to curtail their malpractice. Conclusion: it was very clear from the presentations that the condition of prisons in most SADC member states is pathetic. Dilapidated prison infrastructure, overcrowding, poor sanitation, inadequate access to healthcare, sexual abuse, just to mention a few, are some of the main challenges faced in the prison management. More concern to the Gay White Committee is the situation in which babies and toddlers live with their incarcerated mothers, meaning that the children get imprisoned by circumstances and not by crime. This reality demands urgent action to protect the rights of children who find themselves behind bars in such circumstances. Therefore, the idea of developing a SADC model law on prison oversight is timely and necessary. It is the hope of the committee that the development of this model law will be a tool of transformation in the prison reform in the SADC region. In this regard, the committee would like to appeal that the recommendations being put forward in this report be adopted by the 57th Plenary Assembly. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Kasonda, for your presentation. Now I'm inviting Honorable Senator Moale for his secondment speech.
Thank you, Mr.
Merci.
Will you allow me to make my presentation seated?
Oui, c'est bon.
That's fine. You can go ahead.
Thank you, President, for giving me the floor to add my voice as a way of seconding the motion that has been ably moved by the chairperson of our committee, requesting this plenary assembly to adopt the report of the GWAT committee. Mr. President, as I second the motion, please allow me to amplify one point which was noted with serious concern by the GWAT committee. Mr. President, the committee noted with serious concern the degrading condition of the prisons in our region. More concern to the GWAT committee is the situation where babies and toddlers live with their incarcerated mothers in prison, meaning that children get imprisoned by circumstances and not by committing any crime. This reality demands urgent action to protect children's rights found themselves behind bars in such circumstances. We need to protect the fundamental rights of children of the imprisoned mothers as required by the provisions of Article 30 of the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the child, which demands for special treatment for expectant mothers and mothers of infants and young children accused of convicted of infringing the penal laws. In cognizance of this legal instrument, we as parliamentarians should be in the forefront to champion the enactment of laws that protect the rights of these vulnerable groups in prison. We need, for example, to enact laws that promote non-custodial sentences and ensure that mothers are not imprisoned with their children. Therefore, the development of a SADC model law on prison oversight should be taken as a great opportunity for us in the region to bring up the necessary transformation in the prison reform in order to address the existing challenges in the prison management. Mr. President, as I said earlier, a lot has been said by the chairperson. Therefore, with these few additions, I second the motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Senator, for your speech of secondment. Now, I'm going to give the floor to distinguished participants for their observations. Oh, yes, I can see now there are many. So I'm going to start with Angola. Don't forget to mention your name and the name of your country. You have already taken the floor. You were there. So the Secretariat is supposed to know already your name and your country. So we start with Angola. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor once again. And I hope there will be no more sabotage.
Sabotagem, né? Sabotagem, peço desculpa.
Sabotage. I rise to share some positive examples on female prisons. We have female prisons and only in 4 of the provinces, and these prisons are not overcrowded. That's why we want to share it, and the National Women's Caucus and within the plan of activities visited a prison in the province of Malange in the district of Caucus, which is a female detention center. It is a prison that was constructed in the 1980s, and in 2015 it was refurbished and transformed into a female detention center. And according to the structure of this prison, it has conditions which are adapted to women and to develop their activities. And we would like to say that it is headed by a woman, and other heads of sections are also women, and it is young women. And so the prison has a capacity for 40, and at this moment it is only 14. This also shows that criminality rates among women is quite limited, and there are 2 children who are in prison with their mothers, and they are there because the mothers, when they were detained, were breastfeeding these children, and so that breastfeeding was not interrupted. And so they are only there so that breastfeeding can proceed. And after 2 years, when breastfeeding ceases, so the child will be returned to other relatives. And during the time when they are there and the children are not there, they go to kindergarten, to nursery, and they go to other children, and at the end of the day, they go back to prison. And the environment is in these prisons, all the inmates, and so they look at them as children, and they treat them fairly, and all the female inmates treat them as children. And so we would also like, as I said, and the youth there as prison staff, they have more responsibility, and the treating the inmate is quite humane, and it is a good relationship with inmates and also for the people responsible for the prison. And it is women who committed crimes against property and homicides, and also crime against peace and stability. And even with this, the relationship is good. So the female inmates who are in these prisons, they take part on literacy, and there is a classroom that they adapted in the dining hall. The objective is that after coming out of prison, they will go and continue their training, and that are started in the prison setting, and after in their rehabilitation and going back into society. So, and the facilities, the housing facilities, they have water and running water and electricity, and the health care is quite adequate, and there is a set of staff and technical staff who try to help when there are issues, and logistical facilities are also there and within the logistic department of the prison. And as there are children, and so we look at they are looked at so that they can take into account the dietary needs of the children who are with their mothers. And within that prison also, we would like to say that the relationship, the interaction between prison staff and the inmate is quite positive, as everything that is planned so that the female inmates everything is taken into account. Honorable President, we brought this example in order to see that in spite of the overcrowding that is prevalent in other, it is possible to have prisons where children and women are in good conditions. So this is the example we wanted to share, a positive example of female prisons that are prevalent there.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. Je tiens à noter qu'il faut quand même résumer votre intervention puisque nous devons lever.
Try to summarize your intervention because we have to finish at 13 hours. So I would like to sensitize all the participants to summarize their interventions. Now we are going to go to we're going to give the floor to the delegation of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable Speaker.
I would like to reiterate some points in support of presentation made by Honorable Kasanda there. I think first of all, we must learn that prisons were never meant for women, but as life changed, we find that women are also incarcerated. But if you think of how sanitation is happening inside there, it's a problem because we all know that women go through the menses every month end. But if you talk about poor sanitation, you must also take into consideration that that's where they take or they adopt the reproductive health infections because of that poor sanitation, which can complicate to cancers. So I think what we should advocate for is, please, at least for women's side or women prisons, they should have at least clean ablutions where they are free to clean themselves during their menses. Again, if you talk about overcrowding, imagine when that woman is pregnant or that woman is in labor, what will happen to her? So I'm still saying let's adopt at least to have the infrastructure friendly to women in prisons. Talking about advocating for our chiefs or cultural leaders. It's truly, we're advocating for them to be ambassadors, because if you go back to our mothers or grandparents, we were having cultural marriages of which are exposing our mothers, we're exposing our mothers even now to that gender-based violence because of the culture. So we are advocating to say, why can't we put the cultural marriage at par with common law marriage? Because it's the same thing. I'm married to a man at the High Court, and my grandmother was married in Kotla or in our village, but we are actually contributing the same things. And what is very painful is when you look at the cultural marriages, when it happens that people fight or someone dies, the man takes everything back home and the relatives of a woman or the woman will remain without a cent or without anything after working for so many years. So please, let's make cultural marriage and common marriage at par. That will be woman and justice. And again, we feel courts of law are not taking women cases with caution. Imagine when we get to courts, we find that there are men who are maybe charged with killing a goat. And at the same time, the way they're handling case of a woman who was beaten by a man. What we are trying to say is, can we have those judges or those courts who are sensitive to women, who are sensitive to gender-based violence, so that the cases should not be like, they should not be treated the same? Because as we are looking at things, it's everything is normal. Somebody has raped, somebody has killed, but he will be given 7 years. Somebody has stolen a goat, has killed a goat, he was also given 7 years. So we are just saying, please, can we have gender equality in justice? Can we have gender equality in health? I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable President of Botswana, for your intervention. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegation of Mozambique.
Honorable President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
ZIMBABWE,
I would like to start to
commencer.
on
Je
elaboration of the report that has been and of the impactful that has been done on their activities, which dignifies our organ. I would like to underline two issues which are something that must be on the top of our agendas as a region and also as a representative of countries that have a lot of gender-based violence and precarity of our prison system. Gender-based violence involves women and not always as victims. Gender-based violence comes from power relations, unequal power relations, family, communities, and the state. Considering that it was said to us, and I think our main position must be not to save efforts in order to free our conditions of extreme poverty, and according to studies are the basis for gender-based violence. Excellencies, with regard with inhuman conditions for the inmates, which include overcrowding of prisons and the violence of inequalities and in various and the realities, a conjunctural relation of the prison system and the judiciary of all our countries. So it is urgent to take action or humanization of the situation of inmates and to take alternative measures to incarceration, which could respond to the sad reality. And so for policies and judiciary practices and socializing and from the perspective of the humanization of the sentences. In conclusion, I would like to agree with all the recommendations who are in this report, and I would like to suggest its adoption. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. Now I'm going to give the floor to the delegation of Madagascar, to Honorable Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear speakers of Assembly for each country, Honorable, to all, good morning. I would like to take this floor in order to come back again to the report that has been given to us, especially to go into the direction of its adoption. In fact, we talked for the GBV on SADC, and I wanted to say also to share the experience of Madagascar in terms of GBV and in terms of control and monitoring. Madagascar has since 2020 with a chain which is monitoring the GBV at each tribunal in the whole country. We have also a policy, a national policy against GBV from 2025, 2030. And we have also the committee which are there to monitor the GBV, and this committee are operational in the country. On the question in terms of elaboration of the model law on the prisons, I would like to say here that I would like to salute the initiative of SADC-PF to go in that direction, And I would like also to share some experience, because it is a subject which is very complex, which depends on many factors, and the political factors, and also legal factors, and also depend on the legal systems of each country. Madagascar, since 2019, has worked a lot on the humanization of detentions, and has gone into the direction of reform of infrastructures, and also in terms of organization of the legal system. I would like also to say here that since 2019, we went into the direction of the building of 10 new prisons, which have been put in place, which constitutes 3 establishments, with 3 have got high security, responding to the Mandela law, and also we have also infrastructure, 7 infrastructures which are in 7 districts around the country. I would like also to note that here Madagascar in 2024 has harbored the workshop which was hosted, the workshop on the committee.
Les campionnats sont des terrains qui sont mis à la disposition de l'administration pénitentiaire pour travailler sur l'agriculture. Et actuellement, nous avons 900 hectares de terrain pour l'administration pénitentiaire pour assurer l'alimentation des personnes détenues et pour réduire la dépendance alimentaire de ces personnes détenues vis-à-vis de l'État. Ce que je tiens vraiment à souligner également par rapport à cette élaboration de loi type de la SADC, c'est que sur le contrôle des prisons, c'est que Madagascar dispose actuellement d'un arsenal juridique sur la détention préventive et les droits des personnes détenues qui limite cette détention préventive, et que nous avons également des lois qui renforcent les droits de la défense
Defense of the prisoners, and also it is based on the organization, the monitoring and the inspection of the detainees. What I would like also to precise to end my intervention is that we wish to formulate also the recommendations in the elaboration of this model law. And as a president of the Caucus, parliamentary caucus of women, I would like also to say that we have to integrate in the process of elaboration of this model law of SADC all the means that what leave women and the children in prisons. We also wish that some specific needs of women be attended to in prison according to the model law. We also asking the decision of a mechanism could be do it in the way, because we are limited in the control of our mechanism. We would like also to propose the adoption of a regime which is semi-open, meaning that the detainees can work during the day inside, out of the prison during the day. They can go into the gardens in the work, and in the evening they can come back into their prison. This is what I had to say, Mr. President, and I support the adoption of the motion.
Maintenant.
Thank you for your intervention. I'm going to give the floor to the delegation of Zambia. Merci.
Nyemba from the Parliament of Zambia. Let me take this opportunity to thank the mover and the second of the motion. And I also thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to deliberate on this August forum on the important matter of advocating for women and children's rights, with particular focus on the recommendation by the Standing Committee on JWAD, urging member states to integrate gender-based violence, which is GBV, prevention programs into school curricula. Mr. President, allow me on behalf of the Parliament of Zambia to highlight some of the measures that has been taken by the government of the Republic of Zambia through the Life Skill Education Program. You may wish to note that the Minister of Education has integrated the Life Skill Education Program into national curriculum. This program covers a wide range of topics including human development, relationships, values and attitudes, human rights and gender equality issues that are central to the prevention of GBV. The curriculum is delivered in an age-appropriate manner and across various subjects, ensuring continuity throughout the learner's academic journey. This, Mr. President, have been introduced in our new curriculum, which are called as the career pathway. Learners are starting with this intervention from the 3rd grade. Mr. President, let me conclude. The Parliament of Zambia has endorsed the implementation of this program by supporting the relevant budgetary allocation under the Ministry of Education during annual budget approval process. We commend the work of the JWAD Committee and reaffirm our collective resolve to build societies where human dignity, safety, and equality are upheld. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I second the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Honorable. I believe that we still have two members of the delegation of Zambia that would like to take the floor. I'm going to give to the second member of the Zambian delegation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to share with the House how the Parliament of Zambia has taken deliberate steps to economically empower women at community level. With the steps to economically empower women, with the constituency develop. I will start again, Mr. President, I'm sorry. I just want to share with the House how the Parliament of Zambia has taken deliberate steps to economically empower women at community level with the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, as a central tool. This is in line with the JWAD's recommendation in its report, urging member states to put in place deliberate mechanisms empowering women economically in society. Mr. President, Parliament has positioned the CDF as a catalytic instrument for inclusive grassroots development. From an initial allocation of 1.6 million kwacha per constituency in 2020, the CDF has been expanded to 30.6 million kwacha by 2024, an unprecedented scale-up that reflects our commitment to decentralization and the direct empowerment of local communities. Guided by gender-responsive CDF guidelines, Parliament has ensured that at least 20% of the fund is reserved for women and youth empowerment programs. This deliberate provision has enabled women across constituencies to access financing for income-generating activities, cooperative ventures, micro-enterprise development, and vocational training, especially in rural areas where economic opportunities have historically been limited. Members of Parliament, in partnership with ward development committees and constituency development fund committees, play a frontline role in facilitating and overseeing the implementation of these empowerment initiatives. This proximity to the communities we serve allows for responsive localized interventions that are tailored to the economic aspirations of women and at grassroots level. Thank you, Mr. President, and I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. Now we are going to call upon the delegation of Zimbabwe to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also want to add my voice on the importance of this motion, which was raised by Honorable Member. Mr. President, we approach this discussion with both agents and resolve, recognizing that gender-based violence is not merely a social ill, but a violation of human rights and a barrier to sustainable development. As Zimbabwe, Mr. President, we are deeply concerned that despite notable progress, gender-based violence continues to undermine the dignity, safety, and potential of countless women and girls across our region. Firstly, on the domestication of the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, Zimbabwe has taken decisive steps by aligning national legislation with regional commitments. The Domestic Violence Act, the Criminal Law Code, and the Marriage Act of 2022, which sets the legal age of marriage at 18, are all landmark achievements which the Parliament of Zimbabwe has passed to date. Furthermore, the Constitution of Zimbabwe guarantees gender equality under Section 80, while several legislative measures have been enacted to protect survivors and prosecute perpetrators. Furthermore, Mr. President, Zimbabwe launched the National Strategy on GBV 2023 to 2030 to guide multi-sectorial effects in prevention, response, coordination, and evidence building. Zimbabwe has also operationalized one-stop centers offering health, legal, and psychosocial services under one roof. It has strengthened the victims-friendly system, which includes specialized police units and courts handling GBV cases with sensitivity. Furthermore, Mr. President, Zimbabwe recognizes that addressing gender BV requires both institutional commitment and community transformation. Therefore, programs that engage traditional leaders, religious institutions, and youth-led groups have been scaled up to challenge harmful social norms and drive behavioral change. Public education campaigns and digital awareness initiatives, particularly during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, have also been key to reaching remote populations. Mr. President, economic empowerment is one of the strongest antidotes of GBV. Zimbabwe has adopted a multi-layered and inclusive economic empowerment approach under the National Development Strategy 1, NDS1, and the Zimbabwe Gender Policy 2022 to 2030. Furthermore,
The National Youth Policy 2020 to 2025 lays the foundation for inclusive youth participation in economic development. This is further supported by the recently launched Youth Empowerment Strategy. Mr. President, Zimbabwe has optionalized the Women Development Fund, and through the Zimbabwe Women Microfinance Bank has supported over 150,000 women with access to affordable credit since 2018, and this has enabled women to walk away with abusive environments. Additionally, Zimbabwe is preparing to roll out Zimbabwe Digital Skill Development Program, targeting 1.5 million youth with digital training and entrepreneurship development to strengthen employability in a fast-changing global economy. The Youth Empowerment Bank, Mr. President, established by the government, has strides in extending affordability, youth-friendly financing and entrepreneurship initiatives. Mr. President, Zimbabwe remains committed to achieving the targets of the SADC-PF strategy by 2030. Together as a region, we can build a culture that rejects violence and uplifts the dignity of all women, of all people, women, men, girls, and boys alike. I second the motion, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Before I can put for adoption, I'm going to give the floor to the delegation of Mozambique and South Africa. I would like to bring to attention that we need to be brief and concise. We've got a very limited time. As I just said it earlier on, we need to stop our sittings at 1. I'm going to give the floor to the Mozambican delegation.
No? OK. On va donner donc la parole à
We'll give the floor to South Africa now. Thank you.
La délégation de l'Afrique du Sud.
To the South African delegation.
N'oubliez pas de mentionner votre nom.
Do not forget to mention your name, please, and your country's name.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a point or two. My name is Bonginkosi Matikizela from South Africa. I just wanted to make a point of two in the development of model law for the prison oversight, which is an issue that we have raised in our committee. Now, Speaker, this issue of prisoners and prisons in our region require a multi-pronged approach and a very close working relationship, given the competing needs that we have in our respective countries. And of course, I agree with a number of colleagues who are saying the issue of prisoners and how prisoners are treated in a number of countries need to be given really a serious attention. But my point will be on a very critical question that we need to answer as the SADC region and respective countries. I mean, if you look at the situation in my own country, which is dominating in terms of the number of prisoners, the dilemma really is whether you build more prisons, given the fact that our prisons are overcrowded, or you find a way to depopulate the prisons. And in South Africa, for example, we have an oversight body that monitor prisons and make sure that prisoners are treated correctly. So the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services has recently also started a campaign
where the prisoners that cannot afford a bail that is less than 1,000 rand, they're raising a campaign which is called a bail fund. But of course, they are still testing this with the rest of the citizens, because in our quest to depopulate the prisons, we've got to make sure that we look at how we can really assist those people who are in prison because of poverty. And this bail fund is meant to make sure that those more than 2,600 prisoners who are in prison can be assisted to pay bail that is less than 1,000 rand, because the fact that the bail is less than 1,000 rand, it means they didn't commit serious offenses. So it's one way of looking at depopulating the prisons. But also we need a very close collaboration with our respective sister countries. And if you look at the population in our prison, I mean, more than 22,600 are from outside South Africa, out of 156,000 prisoners. And also we will look to look at that as to how to work together closely to make sure that we deal with that situation, because it is not sustainable to have prisoners that are so populated, with various type of people, some needing, of course, assistance. And then lastly, because as the chairperson of this committee said yesterday, the issue of populated prisons is a health risk, not only for the prisoners, but also for the society, because those people who are visiting prisoners are at risk. And also when prisoners are released, they pose risk to the entire society. So it's something that will need a multi-pronged approach, not just in prisons, but also look at other various role players so that we can make sure that we depopulate prisons by perhaps looking at those who have committed less offenses and come up with a system where they are not incarcerated, but they are assisted in a different way instead of populating prisoners, prisons causing a health risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, first and foremost, I would like to give the floor to Madam or to the Honorable Kasanda, in case she would have something to add or to clarify in regard to everything that has been said here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to thank all the members who have overwhelmingly supported the motion. Their contributions have enriched the debate on the topical issues contained in the committee's report. And Mr. President, I would like to take mention of Angola in particular. Looking at the positive examples that they shared in their prisons, having rehabilitated their prison and made it conducive for female inmates. Because what we have seen in most prisons, like the Madam Speaker from Botswana had earlier mentioned, alluded to that these prisons were not made for females, but were made for men. So it is heartwarming to learn that we have some prisons that have been rehabilitated to make it conducive for the females. And I've taken note, Mr. President, that clearly there are a lot of positive measures being undertaken in different countries from the submissions that have been made. And we would like to learn from some of these countries that have given us the positive interventions. And Mr. President, if resources are available, we seek that they facilitate for us to undertake benchmarking in most of these countries that are doing well so that we get to learn and understand what other countries are also doing. So having said all that, Mr. President, I would like to thank everybody that supported, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Cassandra, for your intervention. And now I'm putting this report for vote. I'm going to ask if you've got any objections. Otherwise, we will adopt with clapping of hands this report. Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute break and then we come back.
Isabella, 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 Isabella. O meu desejo é como o fogo que arde sem fim. Ela é tão louco nunca, nunca sentí esa misma espera que más la llama bonita, morena bonita, ven yo estou aqui, meu amor, tá pronto pra mim, oh, está bela. Oh, Isabella. É o amor, eu procuro desde o dia.
Good morning again. Bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. We are going now. Right now, we're going to continue with our session, and we're going to call the Secretary General, Madam, to continue with the fourth order of the day.
Adoption of the report of the joint sitting of standing committees.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
To Madam Secretary, position of the adoption of the joint commissions, Permanent Joint Commission by Mope Kati, member of the Commission of Development, Human Development and the Social Program and the Special Program. Merci.
This House adopt the report on the joint sitting of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committees laid on the table today.
Thank you. Is there anyone among the participants who would like to second this report?
Thank you, Honorable President.
I second.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Kati to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The joint sitting of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committees was convened on the 24th and 25th of April 2025, as has already been tabled by the committee reports. Accordingly, as per tabled reports, members' attention was drawn to the region-wide spread prison-related challenges, including overcrowding, prolonged pre-trial detention, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to healthcare and sanitation, lack of rehabilitation services, and absence of coordinated legal and policy responses. The joint sitting was officially opened by the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretary General, Ms. Boyama Sokhuma, who reaffirmed the forum commitment to rights-based governance and cross-cutting development priorities. She highlighted that the decision to develop a SADC model law on prison oversight builds on the forum's consistent focus on prison conditions, particularly through SRHR project since 2014. The keynote address was delivered by Honorable Teresa Manuela, the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions in Detention and Policing in Africa. She welcomed the initiative to strengthen parliamentary oversight. She drew MPs' attention to regional and international frameworks informing her work, including the Kampala Declaration, the Luanda Guidelines, the Principles on Decriminalization of Petty Offenses, and the Robben Island Guidelines. She further emphasized the decriminalization of petty offenses and the role of Parliament in legislative reform to reduce unnecessary incarcerations. The session, we also received a panel of experts who gave presentations across various topics, including justice and human rights sector, to explore the role of prisons in oversight and in advancing accountability. Among the experts, we received a presentation from a legislative perspective by Mr. John Jeffrey, the former South African Deputy Minister of Justice, who cautioned against over-reliance on the judiciary for prison monitoring, arguing for a clear separation of roles to maintain judiciary impartiality. He advocated for the strong parliamentary engagement through portfolio committees, structured reporting, and debating on prison conditions. He also highlighted contradictions in rehabilitation policy, such as permitting prisoners education while barring former inmates from employment. The session concluded with strong consensus that prison oversight is not merely a legal obligation, but also a moral and political imperative. Participants called for the development of a comprehensive and harmonized SADC model law that sets minimum standards and includes practical mechanisms such as regular and unannounced visits to places of detention, protection for whistleblowers and vulnerable groups. Mr. President, in closing the joint session, the Secretary General expressed appreciation for the active engagement, the transparency and insightful contributions that enriched the deliberation. She affirmed that the forum is now well positioned to finalize the framework for the position paper and refine the draft legal provisions for the model law on prison oversight, paving the way for broader stakeholder consultations. She underscored the importance of aligning regional legal frameworks to support integration, citing the successful adoption of laws prohibiting child marriages across the SADC member states as an example of harmonized progress. The Secretary General emphasized that the model law aims to ensure that only judicially sanctioned punishment is applied, excluding inhumane conditions such as inadequate food, health care, or ill treatment not authorized by the courts. Mr. President, following the extensive deliberation and expert presentation, the joint sitting resolved to make the following recommendations. Recalling the resolution of the plenary assembly mandating the development of a SADC model law on prison oversight as part of the implementation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan 2024-2028. Recognizing the continuing challenges across member states' prison systems, including overcrowding, prolonged pre-trial detention, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to essential services such as healthcare, sanitation, education, and rehabilitation. Acknowledging the unique vulnerability of specific groups, especially women, children, and people with disabilities, and remand detainees, and the disproportionate impact of poor prison conditions on them. Affirming that prisons oversight is both a legal obligation and a moral imperative necessary for the protection of human dignity, justice, and accountability. Further recognizing that model laws on prison oversight is a best practice instrument designed to support member states in fulfilling international and regional human rights obligations, including under the UN Convention Against Torture, the Nelson Mandela Rules, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Appreciating the institutional knowledge gained from the forum's past experience in developing 5 model laws and the importance of broad stakeholder engagement in their design and domestication. Now, therefore, the joint sitting resolved to recommend to the 57th Plenary Assembly to strengthen parliamentary action on prison oversight, urge member parliaments to strengthen national legal frameworks on prison oversight through inclusive and consultative legislative processes, allocate sufficient resources to ensure the effective implementation of prison oversight, and establish and strengthen national mechanism for regular, independent prison inspection and reporting to Parliament. It also recommends Parliament coordination with oversight and national human rights institutions. Urge national parliaments to promote structured coordination with oversight bodies, including ombudspersons, national human rights institutions, and judicial inspectors to ensure coherent and prevent duplication in prison oversights. It recommends legal reforms on sentencing and alternative to incarceration. Call Member of Parliaments to review existing criminal laws to decriminalize petty and poverty-related offenses, promote non-custodial sentencing options such as parole and restorative justice, and reform bail and pretrial detention frameworks to reduce overcrowding and uphold the rights of accused persons. Protection of vulnerable groups. Resolves that the model law shall explicitly incorporate protection for vulnerable groups in prison settings, including women, children, LGBTQ persons, and persons with disabilities, and that member states adopt gender-sensitive, child-sensitive, and trauma-informed approaches in prison oversight and service delivery. Budgetary and political support. Urge national parliaments to secure adequate budget allocations for prisons oversight bodies, health services, and rehabilitation programs in correctional facilities, and to mobilize political will at national and regional level to advance oversight reforms and uphold human rights within prison systems. And lastly, the stakeholder engagement and capacity building. Resolved that the SADC-PF Parliamentary Forum Secretariat shall facilitate regional stakeholder consultations during the finalization of the model law, support member parliaments with capacity building on prison oversight and legislative reform, and develop a monitoring and evaluation framework to track implementation and impact across member states. With all this said, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much for your intervention, especially for you having been brief in your report. Now I'm going to invite Honorable Michael Masilela to give his secondment speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to second this motion. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the report of the joint sitting of standing committees as able moved by the chairperson of the joint standing committees. Mr. President, the report is clarion call to conscience, action, and accountability. It invites us as legislators to not merely observe, but to respond through action. As eloquently presented by the mover, the state of our correctional facilities is a matter of serious concern. The evidence laid before us paints a dire state of affairs which we cannot ignore. This compels us not only to adopt this report, but also to commit ourselves to take urgent and decisive action collectively. As has been laid bare before us, over 400,000 individuals are incarcerated in our region, many in conditions that betray the principles of justice and human dignity, as they live in overcrowded cells, face in accordance delays in pretrial processes, and endure the effects of decaying infrastructure. Among them are women, children, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups, whose suffering is too often rendered invisible within the cold mechanics of bureaucratic systems. Mr. President, as highlighted by the mover, the report signals a roadmap toward transformation through strengthening parliament oversight and legislative framework governing prisons, including the development of SADC model law on prison oversight, as resolved by this August plenary. This presents a key step towards achieving regional legislative coherence. When we protect the rights of the most marginalized, we strengthen the foundations of our democracy. This report, Mr. President, has also provided us with tools. Let us not pass the buck, but instead pass the baton of our leadership by translating the intentions and commitments into concrete reforms and actions. As we all know, as we stand, as we are seated today, we all know that no matter how tall you are, you will never ever see tomorrow. And they always say, if you don't control, or if you don't control your salary, or if you don't budget for your salary, desires of you will control your salary. So it means you need to take action today. And honorable members, you must remember, for us to adopt this motion, we are playing an oversight that is crucial to those that are believing in us as we are executing our oversight in Parliament. I therefore join the mover in recommending this report to the plenary assembly, not only for adoption, but also implementation after the adoption. Mr. President, thank you so much. May God bless you.
Merci,
Thank you, Honorable Michael Masilela, for your intervention. I'm going now to give the floor to distinguished participants who would like to intervene, to give observation, for remarks, or to ask questions. Reminding you again, mention your name and the name of your country before taking the floor. I can see the delegation of South Africa. And also you have also to respect the time that is given to you, meaning that not more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'll be obliged to interrupt you.
Thank you very much, President. Once more, let me welcome the report. I just have one area that I would like the presenters of the report to take care of in terms of implementation of the recommendations of the report, that in the next SADC Parliamentary Forum sitting, we should be getting reports of countries in terms of what they have done to make sure that they address the issues which are dire in many of our countries in terms of the conditions of our prisons. Thank you, President.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable. Who else would like to take the floor? There are no more people who would like to take the floor. Zimbabwe. Honorable Speaker.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the mover and seconder of this very important report on oversight on prison conditions in our countries. Now, reading through the report, one gets the impression that the report is anchored on aspirations for better conditions of service in the prisons in the respective countries. And it refers to the respect of human rights. I think to be consistent, we need to indicate that we refer to the human rights as pronounced by the United Nations Declaration of Rights, which was done in 1948, so that there's proper consistency in reference to human rights. And then the report calls on member parliaments to review existing criminal laws to decriminalize petty and poverty-related offenses. This is very vague, and you don't know what they're trying to say here. Perhaps they're trying to say minor offenses that should not deserve custodial, sentences. The report must be very clear in its suggestions. But more importantly, the very last paragraph, he says, resolve that the SADC-PF Secretariat shall facilitate regional stakeholder consultation during the finalization of the modern law, suggesting that there are stages already in the crafting of the modern law, and these stages have not been indicated at all. I would really suggest that the Secretariat be targeted in terms of when are we going to have that team of legal experts, as we have done in the past, to craft the modern law. And then that modern law would be used as a benchmark once we have domesticated the modern law in our respective countries. So it must act as a template. But as it is now, it is very vague as to when the crafting team will be put in place and how it will be put in place. What is the target when this modern law is going to be completed, so that it gives us some guide like other modern laws that have been crafted by SADC-PF. I so submit, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your intervention. Are there any other participants who would like to take the floor? Otherwise, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Kathy, if he has got something to add or to clarify in regard to everything that has been said here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would just like to thank the honorable members that have reacted to the report. The honorable member from South Africa did indicate the need for progress reporting, which indeed is already in place through the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee, which is working on establishing mechanisms for monitoring domestication and implementation of this kind of model laws. So we have already started putting a process in place where countries are able to report progress on the recommendations that have been made. So that will be taken care of, it's noted, and thank you. On the intervention by the Right Honorable Speaker of National Assembly of Zimbabwe, indeed there is need for a bit of clarifying language in the writing. Indeed, when the report talks about the petty or minor offenses being decriminalized, the intention really was to communicate that there are offenses that do not necessarily need to lead to incarceration. So there should be legal frameworks that are able to deal with such offenses to address issues of overcrowding that have been mentioned in the report. But this will be further clarified in the report to be able to explicitly say what is intended to be communicated. The last point on the stakeholder engagement that he mentioned, again, this will leave to the Secretariat to be able to address and react to, but I do welcome the comments that he has made, and I hope the Secretariat will be able to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kati, for your responses. Now I'm going to put this report to vote for adoption. Are there any objections? Otherwise, the report is adopted through clapping of hands. Now we are going to have the fifth order. I call upon the Secretary General to read the fifth order of the day.
Statement by Honorable Nelly B.K. Kashumba Muti, State Council, Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, on the 150th IPU Interparliamentary Union Assembly and other related meetings held from the 5th to the 9th of April 2025 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
I now invite the Honorable Speaker Muti to make a statement on the 150th IPU Assembly and other related meetings held on from the 5th to the 9th April 2025 in Tashkent, pursuant to the Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I ask for permission to deliver my statement from where I'm seated to save on time. Your Excellency, the President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Right Honorable Speaker, Host Speaker Jacob Budenda, and the Right Honorable Speakers from Parliamentary Forum Member States, Member Parliament present and their delegations, may I simply say distinguished honorable members. I am honored to present a statement on the key outcomes of the 214th Interparliamentary Union IPU Governing Council meetings held during the 150th IPU Assembly and the related meetings in Tashkent, Uzbekistan from the 5th to the 9th of April 2025. To provide context, particularly for the new members of the SADC-PF Executive Committee and others who may not be fully acquainted with the structure of IPU engagements, the IPU Assembly and its Governing Council meetings are preceded by meetings of IPU Executive Committee, followed by respective geopolitical meetings. These comprise respectively from the 6 geopolitical groupings. In view of the foregoing, the SADC geopolitical group meeting took place on Friday, 4th April 2025, and was followed by the Africa group meeting. The Africa group meeting. The SADC meeting was chaired by the SADC-PF chairperson. I have circulated the report, and for the purpose of saving on time, I will just talk to the silent points, the main issues of the report. In terms of the 150th IPU Assembly and related meetings, in the report under paragraph 2, I've stated how many member parliaments attended, the number of speakers that attended, and also partner organizations. There were 3 emergency items that were presented yesterday. The Vice President of our SADC-PF did indicate and make a report on the emergency items. Unfortunately, none of the emergency items was adopted, as they did not meet the required 2/3 threshold. What I've seen here when it comes to emergency items, us as a region, what we do is when we get to IPU, just before, as we are meeting, that's when members start coming up with the emergency items. We do not plan. And because we do not plan, sometimes it's very difficult to get concurrence of all the members to speak with one voice. Even in terms of the structure of the emergency item, it's not, it doesn't meet the rules sometimes. So we risk these emergency items not being considered. I think since we are sitting here today and we have a meeting or IPU meeting in October, we can start thinking ahead and see what item is it that we want to present as an emergency item, so that we can ask the Secretariat to help us couch it in an acceptable wording in accordance with the rules, and also start getting lobbying with the other geopolitical groups so that they can support us. But when we just go to IPU and start competing, because the 12 plus group has got an emergency item, we also start thinking of what emergency item as if we are competing against each other. I think we will not be able to achieve the results that we want to get to, especially that we have our own issues that we need to address as an African region. In terms of outcomes of the 295th session of the IPU Executive Committee and the 214th meeting of the Governing Council, there was a report on the activities of the President, which is a report contained in my report at 3.1. And then at 3.2 is the impact report that was submitted by the Secretary General, highlighting the activities for 2024. Then under 3.2.1, is the report notes, there were reports that were noted by the Governing Council from this various standing committees, which are also stated there in that paragraph. Then under 3.3, questions relating to IPU membership and situations of certain parliaments, Belize was the Governing Council approved the request of Belize to admit it as a member of IPU. And then situations in certain parliaments, there are certain parliaments which are non-functioning, like Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Kuwait, Myanmar, Niger, Sudan, and South Syrian Arab Republic. Then the under 2 transitional parliaments, again, they stated Burkina Faso, Chad, Gabon, Guinea, Libya, Mali, and South Sudan. Countries where the political situation impacted the functioning of parliaments, these were Palestine, Venezuela, Bolivian state, and Yemen. In terms of associate members, the Governing Council approved the recommendation by the Executive Committee to suspend the rights of Aden Parliament and the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, pursuant to Article 5.3 of the IPU statutes due to accumulation of arrears. So the accumulation of arrears is everywhere. All organizations have got these challenges. So I think we need to guard to ensure that member states, member parliaments pay their subscriptions so that our SADC Parliamentary Forum, especially that we are going to transition into a parliament, will be able to function properly, because without resources, it will be very difficult for the Parliamentary Forum to carry out its activities. Then under 3.34, member parliaments who have been deprived of voting rights, again, because of failure to pay their subscriptions, some member parliaments have been deprived of voting rights in accordance with the statutes of the IPU. And these are Argentina, Bangladesh, Ethiopia. Although for Ethiopia, I did take the opportunity to speak to the speaker when we were in Uzbekistan, and there was an indication that they were going to pay their subscriptions. Then there's Guinea, Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Libya, Marshall Islands, and Tuvalu. Participation of IPU assemblies and the related meetings. The Governing Council considered and noted the report of a number of countries that were unable to attend IPU assemblies and the related meetings due to financial difficulties. Major of these were the small islands developing states. In this regard, I think we have, as a SADC Parliamentary Forum, we have countries from small islands like Seychelles, Mauritius, and Madagascar, which their financial status sometimes is not possible for them to be able to participate in all the meetings of the IPU. There's a consideration of accessing the Solidarity Fund once the proposed amendments are approved, which will be able to assist these small islands to participate in the IPU meetings. Then IPU membership as permanent or membership as permanent observers. There was approved the membership of observer status of Global Greens and World Water Council to the permanent observers of IPU based on their objectives, which resonate with the principles of the IPU. In terms of the financial position, the Governing Council noted the financial status of IPU's major revenue was from member contributions. The amounts, a total of 178 member parliaments and 15 associates members were assessed during bringing a total of US 13.2 million, of which only 1.4 million was not collected, mainly due to the situations of the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, which owed IPU a total of 800,000 United States dollars. The Governing Council also noted that a total of 79 member parliaments and associate members had outstanding arrears, of which 13 were liable for suspension of all member rights under Article 5.3 of the IPU statutes and rules, while 19 were liable for loss of voting rights pursuant to Article 5.2 of the rules. Membership rights for 3 member parliaments, namely Central African Republic. Again, there's a concern there because the Central African Republic is part of Africa, and Congo and Haiti were suspended and their arrears amounting to approximately US 250,000 were written off accordingly. With regard to voluntary contributions from donors, the Governing Council noted that this stood at 3.9 million Swiss francs, with donor committing a further 4.6 million Swiss francs. As of 2024, only 3.1 million Swiss francs was spent. Some of the organizations and countries that were continued to support the IPU included the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, Canadian Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development, Irish Aid, World Health Organization, China Federal National Council on the United Arab Emirates, and the European Union, among others. I recall that at one point we also, well, not at one point, we also, as a SADC Parliamentary Forum, we need to look elsewhere instead of just depending on our member subscriptions for funding. And I recall that at one point, one of the meetings we had indicated that there are African billionaires who are doing philanthropy, who can approach to be able to fund our organization. Because basically they are they are doing business in Africa. If we don't have peace, we don't have development in terms of infrastructure, they will not be able to carry out their businesses very well. So there is need for them to support us. So we should not be constrained by us approaching this organization for funding to support the forum. In terms of expenditure, a total of 99.4% of the budget was spent in accordance with the strategic objectives of the IPU, while 0.6% was on other charges. The audited financial statement, the Governing Council noted a detailed report on the external auditor's opinion and long-form report and the audited financial statements for the IPU, which was conducted by the Republic of Indonesia for 2 consecutive years. In terms of amendment to the IPU statutes under paragraph 3.5, the Governing Council approved the draft statutes and rules. I was privileged to chair this important subcommittee, and I must add that the SADC group was an active participant in making proposed amendments. In terms of vacancies which were filled at 150th Assembly and the election of Vice Presidents of the Executive Committee, the following honorable members from SADC group were elected to various positions. Vice President of the Executive Committee representing Africa Geopolitical Group, yours truly was privileged to be elected as Vice President representing the Africa Geopolitical Group. And I wish to inform members that the African Geopolitical Group is represented by Algeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Zambia on the Executive Committee. The Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Kolibli Dao from Cote d'Ivoire and Ms. M.B. Mopoting from Botswana were elected. Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, Mr. Abe Dika from Chad was appointed. From Committee on to promote respect of international humanitarian law, we have a representative from Algeria. High-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism, we have representatives from Kenya and Uganda. Working group on science and technology, we have Algeria and Zimbabwe representing us on that committee. Future meetings of IPU. The Governing Council approved the schedule of meetings and other specialized meeting of the IPU aligned within the strategic objective of the organization. Some of the key meetings were as follows: 151th IPU Assembly and related meetings, which is scheduled to be held in Geneva from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025. 152nd IPU Assembly and related meetings again to be held in Geneva from the 22nd to the 26th of March 2026. The 153rd IPU Assembly and related meetings, venue and dates not yet confirmed. The 15th Summit of Women Speakers to be held in Geneva on the 28th of July 2025. And the 60th World Speakers Conference of Parliament also to be held in Geneva on the 29th to the 31st of July 2025. The last 2 meetings, honorable members, should take note that they only happen every 5 years. So the Summit for Women Speakers and the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament every 5 years. So let's make an effort to ensure that we attend these these 2 conferences, because if we don't attend now, it will take another 5 years before we can be able to participate. We need to make sure that we attend so that the voice of Africa is heard and put on record. Issues relating to the President's office, the Governing Council unanimously approved the adjusted conditions of service for the Presidents of the IPU aimed at supporting the office in the discharge of the mandate. The administrative arrangements to support the Presidents were aimed at strengthening the support system of the Presidents as well as allocate adequate financial support. As we may be aware, the President, it doesn't matter whether it's from Africa, but the office needs to be supported because of the several engagements that are undertaken by virtue of the holding this office. Then the next one is recruitment of the new Secretary General. The Governing Council was briefed on the recruitment process of this new Secretary General for the IPU following the completion of the two-term mandate by the current Secretary General pursuant to Article 27 of the IPU statutes. The selection process for the SG position commences 15 months before the elections. The vacancy notice for this position was already published on the IPU website on 1st April 2025. The deadline for the submission of the application was 1st August 2025. The executive committee would then submit at least 2 candidates for an election by the Governing Council. The newly elected SG will take office on 1st July 2026. So I don't know if from the region we have any interested candidates to vie for this position. Please, let's make sure that if we are interested, we have people who qualify. The closing date for the submission of the applications is 1st August 2025. So we still have a bit of time. The full details of the procedure and process for the recruitment of the SG for the IPU is provided in the annex of the IPU statutes and rules on the IPU website. Member parliaments with suitable candidates, as I indicated earlier, are encouraged to inform their respective nationals to apply for this prestigious position. Then the next one is under 3.10, IPU 2025 Kramer Passy Award. The 2025 Kramer Passy Prize winner will be linked to exceptional records on gender equality. We've just been talking about gender here. So we need to identify candidates who can vie for the award. The meeting may wish to note that during the 149th IPU Assembly, the Governing Council approved amendments to the rules for consideration for governing bodies as highlighted below. 1. Extension of the deadline for the submission of nominees from 30th April to 30th June. In order to give the geopolitical groups adequate time to consult on possible nominees. Again, we are meeting here. I've not heard any discussion. I don't know if there's anybody who is interested in going for this, to vie for these positions, for these awards. The second one is replacement of the current system of a primary candidate and alternate per group with 1 male and 1 female nomination with a view of making the pool of 12 candidates gender equal. So again, we have 1 woman, 1 man who want to go for this, to try. We'll never know. You can win the prize. Everything you need. They say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So that step can be taken if we indicate, we show interest, and then the geopolitical group can support. So the third criteria is removal of the criteria on grassroots support as it was subjective to evaluate. The nomination for the prize should be submitted through the 6 geopolitical groups on 30th June 2025 and may have 2 nominations, a male and female. The geopolitical group will also be expected to provide a cover letter stating the reasons why the parliamentarians deserve the award. The prize will be awarded at the 151st Assembly in October 2025. Please, as I said again, for purposes of emphasis, I think that we have a lot of our people who have done a lot in terms of gender. So please come ahead. We still have until the 30th of June to submit, and the geopolitical group or the SADC group is meeting now. Will be able to support through the secretariat, and the president is there also waiting to endorse that nomination. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me once again place on record my gratitude for being privileged to represent the SADC group on the EXCO for IPU. I believe that this detailed report will help member parliaments to take stock of emerging issues at the IPU. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Parliament of Zambia. Thank you for the statement. We need to continue to improve the cooperation and the parliamentary diplomacy, because we need to get to have some collective solutions to a lot of regional and continental issues that are very complex at the global level. We are going to go to the sixth order, because there is no debate as far as this statement is concerned. I'm calling upon the Madam the Secretary General to read the sixth order of the day.
Statement by Honorable Tokozile, Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa, on South Africa's G20 presidency since the 1st of December 2024, and hosting of the 19th G20 Leaders Summit and the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit.
I call upon
Je donne la parole à l'honorable président des...
Honorable, you are given the floor, the Speaker of Zimbabwe. Yes.
Before we proceed with the next agenda item, I think procedurally we should adopt the report so that it is part and parcel of our record. Thank you.
Thank you. I put this statement for adoption with clapping of the hand if there are no objections. Thank you. Now we are continuing. Now I call the Honorable Speaker Thokozile A. Didiza for the statement of South Africa since the 19th G20 Leader Summit and the 11th G20 Parliament Speakers Summit in Cape Town from the 1st to the 3rd October 2025, pursuant to Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our host speaker and Speaker of Zimbabwe, Honorable Ndenda, speakers and leaders of delegation from SADC, the SADC Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable President, I would request that I make my statement from where I'm sitting, if you allow.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And maybe before proceeding, I would like to thank Speaker Muti for the presentation of the report on the IPU, and I would request maybe through you, Chair, that next time we do have some time to reflect on it so that we can see how we can better improve, learning from the lessons of the past meetings. It would assist us to actually find ways in which, as SADC, we can improve our participation as well as the Africa region. Having said that, Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity that you have provided for us in your busy schedule to brief you on the upcoming P20 Speaker Summit to be held in South Africa from the 30th of September to 3 October 2025 in Cape Town. The Speaker Summit allows for the dialogue and engagement of the speakers to deliberate on critical matters that will enhance the broad agenda of the G20. As we may be aware, the G20 has always been focused on deliberating on global economic outlook and trends. Over the years, other socio-economic issues have found their way in the agenda of this important forum, which is indeed important. It is for us to note that the representation of the G20 have also expanded to include the countries and regional blocs from the Global South. This includes India, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, and the African Union, among others. This representation also reflects the diversity not only in the global economy, but in the developmental challenges that the society face. In the past 3 years, 3 countries from the Global South have hosted G20 and P20 respectively, bringing socio-economic issues that the countries in the Global South seek to address. This year, South Africa, as a host of the G20, has chosen the theme, I quote, solidarity, equality, and sustainability, close quote. Mr. President and honorable speakers, since December 2024, after assuming the chairship of G20, South Africa has held various dialogues in different sectors under this theme. As Parliament, we've created a steering committee that is preparing for the upcoming P20 under the theme, I quote, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The following events have been planned as part of the build-up prior to the P20 Speakers Summit. We've agreed as Parliament that the 2 houses, which is the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, and our various legislatures will actually debate in the houses the theme that we've chosen. Next week, we will be hosting our Youth Parliament, which is an annual event that brings in young members in our Parliament, but also young members from civil society. And we've agreed this year that they would focus on the P20 theme. In August, we'll be having a Women's Parliament, which also will bring in women as well as women in Parliament and civil society to reflect on the progress we've made on issues of women empowerment and development, and part of their theme will be on the P20. We've also agreed with the Pan-African Parliament that will have a special plenary debate to which we will also focus on the upcoming P20 Speakers Summit. In order to ensure that women and youth from the G20 community participate, we have provided that a day before the Speakers Summit, which is the 30th of October, we will have 2 events. One, which will be a meeting of women parliamentarians and legislatures, and the other one of youth parliamentarians from parliaments and legislatures, where they'll have their own engagements to deliberate on the theme and make recommendations to the Speakers Forum. Our expected outcomes are the following: that a declaration of the outcomes document will be shared with the heads of state, where as parliaments will be making our contribution and views on these fora, but also on global issues. A declaration would also become our tool within which to utilize for our parliamentary diplomacy. Thirdly, we will utilize the outcomes document in our parliament and our regional and continental structures to continue to pursue some of these thematic areas, which we believe are some matters that even in the SADC, the African Union, we are already pursuing. It is with humility that we as South Africa invite the speakers of SADC parliaments, as well as the SADC Parliamentary Fora Secretariat, to P20, which will be held in Arabella Hotel, Cape Town, South Africa, from 30th September to October 3, 2025. We will be sending formal invitations to you in writing for your consideration and acceptance. Today, it was just for you to save the date. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa for this declaration. And now I'm going to submit this declaration for adoption. Are there some objections? Otherwise, this declaration is adopted with approval. Now we are going to go to the seventh order of the day, and I'm going to invite the Secretary General to read the seventh order of the day. Avis de motion sur la lenteur de la mise en œuvre de la loi type de la SADC sur l'éradication du mariage des enfants et la protection des enfants déjà mariés.
Sur les lenteurs de la mise en œuvre de la loi type de la SADC sur l'éradication des mariages des mineurs et la protection des mineurs déjà en situation de mariés par l'honorable
By Honorable Tombovoyo Veronica Monte from South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
President, and good day to Mr. President, the hosting speaker, the speakers and the leaders of delegations, the SADC Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I am going to move the motion in my name, Mr. President, and the motion on slow implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, as it was tabled on the 4th of June, to be presented today, the 5th of June.
Do we have among the participants who would like to second the motion? Yes. Yes, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Apoio a moção.
Thank you, Honorable President. I will second the motion.
You have the floor.
Mr. President, I am standing to propose this following question, that the plenary assembly session of the SADC-PF to recall that the SADC model law was adopted in 2016 to serve as a comprehensive and harmonized framework to guide member states in developing or strengthening national laws to eliminate child marriage and ensure the protection, rehabilitation, and reintegration of children already in marriage. Recognizing that marriage remains a prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa, including many SADC countries with at least 37% of girls in sub-Saharan Africa married before the age of 18, according to the UNICEF 2023 research, and that this practice continues to deny millions of young girls their rights to health, to education, and to the well-being of all the girls. And it is perpetuating a cycle of poverty and gender inequality. Noting that child pregnancy, often a direct consequence of early marriage, dramatically increases the risk of maternal mortality and morbidity, interrupts the ends the girls' schooling and limits their economic social prospects. further entrenching the inequalities. Concerned that although member states have expressed support for the model law and other commitments under the African Union campaign to end child marriage and the Maputo Protocol, as well as the broader global commitments under the Agenda 2030, SDG 5 of gender equality, and international instruments, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is commonly known as SIDO, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the implementation of the model law remains very slow and inconsistent across our SADC region. Further concerned by the persistent gaps in legislation, enforcement, intersectoral coordination, and resource allocation, which continue to expose children, particularly young girls, to early and forced marriage, violating their fundamental human rights. And in some countries, a child who is young as below 18 years, they are not allowed to vote, yet they are allowed to take a decision of bearing a child when they are children themselves. Aware that sustained progress in implementing the model law requires the political will of governments, proactive legislative action, robust institutional coordination, adequate funding, and meaningful engagement with affected communities. Now, therefore, I call on all SADC members' parliaments to urge their governments to take immediate steps to accelerate the full domestication and implementation of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and to integrate its provisions into national legal and policy frameworks. Mandate the relevant parliamentary committees to conduct a comprehensive audit of existing child protection and marriage laws and policies, identify legal inconsistencies, and recommend alignment with the model law in international standards. Encourage increased budgetary allocations to programs aimed at preventing child marriage, supporting survivors, enabling access to education and healthcare, and raising public awareness about the minimum legal age of marriage and children's rights. Urge their national parliaments to amend relevant legislations, including Marriage Acts and Children's Acts, to reflect the standards set out in the model law and the broader obligations under regional and global commitments. Call upon the ministers and chairpersons of multi-party women's caucuses and ministers of gender, women, and youth justice, education, and health to develop and operationalize multi-sectoral implementation frameworks, including timelines, measurable indicators, and accountability mechanisms, and ensure that this motion is transmitted to relevant national, regional, and international bodies, including the SADC Secretariat, the AU Commission, and UN agencies, as a demonstration of the SADC-PF's unwavering commitment and ending to child marriage and protecting the rights and dignity of all children in our SADC region. I so move, President.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. I'm going to invite now Honorable Joromina Augustino for her secondment speech.
Curso de apoio. Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President, speakers of parliaments and other parliamentarians, I rise to express my total agreement to this motion for the implementation of the model law of SADC-PF on eradication of child marriage and protection of children already in marriages. This model law that was adopted by the plenary assembly of the forum on the 3rd of June is a milestone in order to do away with child marriages in Southern Africa. Apart from other things, this model law provides ministries of justice, policy, and other stakeholders in states in developing effective laws to do away with in their frameworks. What is worrying is the fact that despite its adoption, the model law is faced with challenges in its implementation. And there's evidence that implementation in our region is inconsistent, delayed, and sometimes completely absent. And although this can be attributed to many factors, and the slow implementation of reforms, lack of registration of births, and inconsistencies in penal provisions related to child marriages. And there is also how to guarantee the well-being of children who are already in marriages, including the right to get out of these marriages. What we have to focus on is that the slow implementation of model law is not also just lack of processes. It is the good moral, and it is also a break of moral as consequence for millions of children, especially the girl child whose future is being sacrificed because of harmful cultural practices. And it is true that child marriage deprives children of education, healthcare, security, and dignity. It perpetuates poverty cycles, gender inequalities, and abuses. So the model law provides practical solutions based on human rights, which harmonizes with international norms. Its full implementation would allow national governments to raise the marriage age to 18 years, and it will guarantee protection, rehabilitation, and support to children who are already in marriages. So, by seconding this motion, we would like to see our engagement. We are sending a clear message to our governments that more delays are not acceptable, and it is important to mobilize political will and in order to implement the full model law. We don't want that children suffer further before we act. So this implementation must be urgent. So as the National Assembly of Mozambique, we agree fully with this, and thank you for your attention, and I support the motion.
Brief.
Thank you, Honorable Augustino, for your intervention. We hope that you were not heard. Once again, thank you, Honorable Augustino, for your secondment to the motion. And now it is time now for us to ask questions, to bring forth remarks, observations toward the resolutions that has been put forth. Zimbabwe. I give the floor to the delegation of Zimbabwe. Seychelles.
President, my name is Mebimboa from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. Before I proceed, I would like to thank the mover and the second of the motion as I seek to aid my voice today, not just as a representative of the people of Zimbabwe, but as a voice for the millions of children across the region whose future are threatened by the plague of child marriage. This practice is not only a gross violation of human rights, but also direct assault on Africa's development trajectory. It perpetuates cycles of poverty, gender inequality, and maternal mortality. Zimbabwe has taken deliberate, bold, and constitutional steps to bring our national framework into alignment with the SADC model law on eradication child marriage and protecting children already in marriage and related international instruments such as the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, and the African Charter of the on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Mr. President, the Marriages Act, Chapter 5, Section 15, passed by the President of Zimbabwe in 2022, sets a clear and unequivocal minimum age of marriage at 18, without exception, and under any religion, culture, or custom. It criminalizes not just the act, but the facilitation, coercion, or promotion of child marriages with enhanced penalties for parents or guardians. The Criminal Laws Amendment Act enacted in 2024 further harmonized the age of sexual consent with the constitutional age of marriage to be that of 18, eliminating legislative gaps that once enabled child abuse under legal technicalities. I therefore call on member parliaments to accelerate domestication of the SADC model law, align national legislation accordingly, allocate sufficient resources for child protection and awareness, establish multi-sectoral implementation frameworks with clear timelines, and ensure robust parliament oversight and follow through at all levels to turn commitments into concrete action. Mr. President, let this Assembly reaffirm a regional consensus. No child should be a bride. No tradition or practice should stand above the rights of a child. No parent or perpetrator should go unpunished. Let us live here not with only powerful words, but with actionable commitments and timelines. Let us be remembered as a parliamentarian as parliamentarians who did not flinch in the face of injustice but rose to defend the dignity of every child. I so submit in support of the mover, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your secondment to this motion, Honorable. Now I'm giving the floor to the delegation of Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Kelly Saminade from the Parliament of Seychelles, and I will be speaking in support of the motion. This model law is not just a legal document, it is a moral call to action, a call to protect the rights, dignity, and future of every child in our region. The slow pace of its domestication in many member states is deeply concerning, and we must confront this challenge with the urgency it demands. In Seychelles, we are fortunate to have strong legal protections in place. The minimum legal age of marriage is 18, with no exceptions. We have worked hard to uphold this standard, and we are proud that child marriage is not a widespread issue in our jurisdiction. However, honorable members, our commitment does not end at our borders. As part of the SADC community, we have a shared responsibility to ensure that no child anywhere in our region is subjected to early or forced marriage. Seychelles stands in solidarity with all countries that are still grappling with legislative reform, implementation delays, or cultural resistance. We must not be complacent. We must lead with compassion, with evidence, and with the political will to protect children, especially girls, who are too often the victims of structural poverty, gender inequality, and harmful traditional practices. The model law provides a comprehensive and harmonized framework that member states can adapt to suit their national context. It bridges the gap between international human rights standards and local realities. It not only criminalizes child marriage, but also lays out mechanisms to protect and support children already in such unions. Let us not see this law as a suggestion. It must be treated as a regional benchmark and a legislative priority. It empowers parliaments to push for reforms, allocate budgets, and ensure that implementation is not symbolic, but real and effective. So what can be done? Firstly, awareness and advocacy. We in Seychelles have seen the importance of education campaigns and the engagement of civil society, religious leaders, and youth in safeguarding children's rights. We encourage the forum to support similar awareness, raising efforts across the region. Secondly, monitoring and reporting. Regional peer review mechanisms should be strengthened, and parliaments must demand accountability from executives on progress toward full implementation. Thirdly, cross-border cooperation. The cross-border nature of child marriage must also be addressed through collaborative strategies, information sharing, and legal harmonization. And fourthly, protection services. We must not forget the children who are already in marriages. Legal protection must be accompanied by access to psychosocial support, education, health services, and economic opportunities. Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, the true measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable. The continued delay in implementing this model law is a delay in justice for thousands of children. Seychelles joins in calling on all SADC parliaments to urgently domesticate, implement, and fund the full application of the model law. Let us not meet again at the next plenary with the same unfulfilled promise. Let us act now. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable, for your support for this resolution. Are there any other participants who would like to take the floor? Madagascar, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. From Madagascar, I'm going to go, I vote for the adoption of this motion because the child marriage, it's a very grave violation of human rights. In the case, it impacts very negatively on the education of the children. They are the health of the children that are being affected. There's early pregnancies. I believe that there is an issue of protection of these kids in regard to the protection that they need. We just need to note also the empowerment of these children, their faculties to live, to fully have a normal life. We are supporting this motion because that this early marriage has got a very negative impact on these children. We are calling upon all SADC countries to go in the same direction. In the case of Madagascar, we've got a national strategy to against the child marriage. We've got also a bill that on the reform on the act, the Marriage Act, to try to prevent the exception at the legal age of marriage for these kids. Who I believe that we are going to bring it up to 18 without any exception. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Arab, for your intervention. Are there any other participants that would like to take the floor? Otherwise, I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Mente, if she would have something to add or to clarify.
Thank you very much, President. Once more, thank you very much to all the colleagues for the support and the emphasis made in terms of this particular model law not being implemented is a gross violation by us as parliamentarians to our children. And let's also welcome the progressive moves and the legislative amendments that have been done by the Parliament of Zimbabwe, especially in criminalizing the parents that are coercing children to marry older persons. That is a form of trade or children trafficking, as well as our colleague from Seychelles in terms of monitoring and enforcement of the model law. Thank you very much. We welcome the move by the Madagascar, and we hope the two parliaments that are left in amending their laws, which will be then South Africa and Tanzania, will also move with speed in aligning the age of legal marriage at 18. Thank you very much, President. I move that the SADC Parliamentary Forum adopt the motion. Thank you.
Merci, Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Honorable Mente, for your intervention. Now we are going to submit this resolution to a vote. Are there any objections? Otherwise, the resolution is adopted through clapping of hands. Now we have come to the end of our sittings. I would like to thank you for having given a particular attention to our sittings of today. We are resuming tomorrow at 8:30. The sittings are adjourned.
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oui.
If you can.
Si, en tout cas, nous demandons votre indulgence. Nous demandons votre.
Monsieur le Président.
Yes. Can the technical people beam the program? Mr. President, that's the program we are going to follow. I was a bit concerned as your host right at the bottom there where it says dress code. A golf shirt and a cap is provided by the Parliament of Zimbabwe. Now, the golf shirt may fit perfectly well, but it could also be too big or it could be too small. Whichever is the case, you feel uncomfortable, please be in smart casual. Because after the boat cruise, it says there we'll have a networking cocktail at the Azambezi. The hotel Azambezi is by the docking place of the boat. So as you come out of the boats, you go straight into the hotel and you'll be ushered as to where exactly the cocktail will take place. So see you there. But if you want to drink more than you normally drink, you can do so. There are some lifeboats to ensure that you don't drown in case you fall off the board. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you for the privilege that you are giving to all the honorable of the MPs. Thank you.